Hello, hello, hello. A very, very warm welcome to you. We are delighted to see you here. In fact, you can see us. We cannot see you, but we're
Hi
delighted.
everyone.
Yes, so welcome for joining us on this one. We can't believe that we've got to this stage of the campaign, but we'll tell you more about that in a little bit. We've a fabulous evening for you all, and we can't wait to show you all the goodies and all of the stuff that we've been up to, what's been going on, and all the films we've made, and all the cool stuff like that. So, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ray Lavery. And of course, you should know Jess, because if you're here, it means you've probably seen some of her videos on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook, and everywhere else I think that she put it. So at this point, I think she's the famous one. It's definitely not me. Jess Crooks, just in case you don't know her, and together she and I run Trans Matters Worldwide and the London Transgender Meetup Group. We've been in existence for about 3 years, and slowly but surely we're gathering our army around us to be able to uh, help us on all of these transgender questions and all of this stuff that's going on, and just to give ourselves a little bit more, not gravitas, but to give us more strength in numbers and strength to be able to put an honest face on what it is really like in our shoes and the truth behind what is actually happening, and to I suppose dismantle all of the myths that have come up and are particularly rife at the moment. So that's why we're here. We love what it is that we do. I tend to run sort of the event side of things, and Jess really is the one who does all of the films and has been doing all of the hard work. And it's been absolutely amazing what she's been doing over the last a few months. In fact, over the last few years, to be honest with you, but particularly with this particular campaign. This is one that's very, very close to our heart. So you all know that the state of transgender healthcare is a disaster, and it's a particular disaster for anybody who is young, anybody in that youth under 18. Many of your rights have been taken away. This is an absolute violation of your human rights. In fact, I had a look at the UN Convention that has been put together for the safety of children. And out of 54 articles, what has happened in the UK recently has broken 19 of those conventions. So there's so much that's going wrong here, and people are ignoring the reality of what it is they're doing. But anyway, I could rant about this all day. Let's hear a little bit from Jess. Do you want to just give your own little introduction there, Jess? Because you know me, I'll monologue.
Sure.
Did I catch you?
My name is Jess Crooks. I'm the director of the upcoming documentary Dear West. I've said that a lot over the last few weeks, at least. We've been making films as a company since I think we started late 2022. Our first three released summer 2024. We had a Halloween special, which I'm very proud of. Can't wait for you to see it later. In October, and now our next film, Dear West, we're working with trans youth specifically to try and quell the puberty blocker conversation. I mean, we've seen firsthand, arguably, the misinformation and the rhetoric that's out there at the moment, and anything we can do to sort of quell that tide, really, we're damn sure going to do it. So that's why we're
Mm.
here. We're also here to show you our previous work. I think we've gained a lot of followers and new people who maybe haven't seen them yet. So it's a chance to celebrate what is now, touched all of the wood, a successful campaign. I'm up here to a successful campaign and show you what we're about. So we're going to start with our film, What is Trans Joy? We'll have a little Q&A about it afterwards. Then we'll go into What is Trans Pride, a little Q&A after that. Then we're going to talk about Dear West specifically. So around 9 o'clock, we'll have some of the people we're going to interview for Dear West come in and say hello, tell you what the film's going to be out, tell you about their involvement. Then we'll go into what is gender dysphoria, have a little Q&A about that. what keeps you up at night, a little Q&A about that, and then at the very end, we're gonna talk a little bit about the other projects that we're working on in 2025. This is going to be the longest stream we've ever done. So stay high in the chat, please. Because yeah, it's gonna be a really fun event, I think. So really happy to tell you all about it.
Amazing. Yes. And I have to say, I'm looking forward to it. This was obviously Jess's brainchild, where she says to me a few weeks ago, she goes, I know what we'll do. Let's do a telethon. It works for Childline. It'll work for us. And you know what? It kind of has. It has worked. I know we're only at the early stages of it, but the Kickstarter campaign that we're running, which I know we're going to talk about a little later,
Mhm.
I think that this is something that has occupied most of your waking hours, Jess, for the last couple of months, and it's just been amazing to see the journey on that. So I know I say to you, but I'm gonna say it live on air so that you know that how proud I am of everything that you're doing and
Thank you very
how
much.
amazing it is. And 100% support from everybody I know, it's just amazing. And for those of you who are like, oh, is she amazing? Yeah, wait, you see the films. The films are coming up now in a few minutes. You'll see just how amazing she is. Because here's the thing. Here's what we have found, and you all know that this is true, is that when it comes to talking about transgender, it is not the transgender people who get to talk about transgender. It's everybody else talking for us, everybody else deciding who we are, what we should and shouldn't have rights to. Nobody ever asks our opinion, nobody ever sits in our shoes. And this to us is a ridiculous thing. We're tired of being told that we're sick. We're tired of being told that we're mentally unstable. We're tired of being told that we're victims. We're tired of being told that, mentally we haven't got capacity because none of that is true. We know thousands of people who are transgender now, and they are all very good people who are mentally sound, who hold down big jobs, who have families, who pay their taxes, and who are a part of society just like everybody else. And we're just not going to stand by when there's something that can be done to show the reality and the truth behind transgender. And to us, that's a very, very important part of this. And it's not that we're making policy, we're not in the government, we're not making
No,
policy, but what we can do is we can give a voice. And it is up to you guys to carry that voice forward, to talk to your MPs, to talk to the people around you, to talk to your family, to get them to say it to their MPs, because we are severely underrepresented. And the thing is the ones that want to harm us, they are not underrepresented, and they are organized, and they have agendas, and they have all kinds of things that we don't have because we're not trying to fight anybody, but they're trying to fight us. And so the more we get that out there and the braver that we are and let go of our own fears, then the faster things will go well, the faster that horrendous policies will be reversed, and that we will get and we will be treated like the citizens that we are in the countries that we are in. Because right now, that's not how it feels. That's not how it feels at all. Again, I would continue on ranting on this, but I think I got the message across at least so far, Jess. And anything you want to add to that, or shall we shoot on with what we're going to do here?
the only thing I would say is if you're watching the stream, if you're watching us here today, you have the link to our Kickstarter. I'm going to put that in the chat now. Share the stream, share the Kickstarter everywhere you can. We have just I think just under 5 hours left before it closes. So anything extra you can do to share and get the word out there, that would be huge for us. And otherwise, enjoy the show. It's going to be a really great night.
Yeah, it is. It is. Enjoy the show. So we're up with Transjoy first. Is that right, Jess?
Correct. And then we're going to be
Correct.
back with Kay Rowan and Jack Latham for the Q&A.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. I guess off we go then, yeah?
All right. Bye, guys. See you soon.
In a bit. Well, being who I am makes me happy, but the thing is being transgender is only a very small part of who I am. It's not everything. And I know there are people out there who make it everything. I don't. It's one thing that I do.
My partner. It's the first one, I guess, a given, and probably a bit of a cliche, but truly, we've been together my whole transition. It was really hard for them when I came when we first got together, and I was like, yeah, so I'm having surgery in 3 months. And they were like, I see. And I was like, you're gonna have to move in with me because my parents aren't gonna want to deal with that. So they are a massive, the biggest support system in my life, and they make me very happy.
What makes me happy? Just being able to live my life to the fullest and confidently and without any barriers as such. Just being able to be yourself after a long time, yeah, that's probably it.
Probably like, I quite like reading, I like bike rides, I have this like queer song circle thing that I do with some friends on a Sunday that's really nice. I quite that, it's a lot of reading, it's a lot of like writing and then creating stuff via that, and like writing poetry and bits.
I think just like normal things, like what normal people enjoy, like just a bit of sunshine. It's really nice outside right now, even though it's like scalding, it's so hot, but sometimes it's so nice just to come out from like the underground, that like awful bank station where you feel like a rat essentially, and then you come out and it's like you can feel the sunshine on your face and you can see the greenery and you're like so happy. Makes me very happy.
I always believe that I'll have no friends in life, I don't know, it's because it scared me a lot, being trans, and I thought like I'll not meet authentic people in life, but meetups in Soho and meeting Ray and everyone and seeing them live their authentic life really gave me a possibility to keep dreaming actually.
As soon as you start presenting differently, you essentially are walking around and you feel like you have a spotlight on you. That changes the way you feel, and that does actually also provoke a reaction in people. Sometimes it's hard to smile. That's what people want to see when they look at you. And sometimes it's hard when people are constantly looking at you, and sometimes those looks are not positive. But then there's days where you just have a run of good luck. And those days you can go home and just think you've had a fantastic day.
When I stand in the mirror, there's a way I feel good about myself. Back then, before I started transitioning, I would look in the mirror and I don't even want to continue seeing that image. Either you're like, you begin to, if I could do this, if only I could do this, if only I could do this, if only this, if only this, like the if only. And the thing about transitioning, if I may put it, it's like, it's not a one-night thing, it's like a mortgage. You take your time. You're not going to look like a person who has been taking hormones for like 5 years, 10 years, and you think you're going to take it in a year and you'll also be the same thing as them. It's a mortgage. You take your time. If it's like a 5-year mortgage, you're going to pay for the 5-year mortgage, and you're paying for it through all the things. You can do all the, all the voice speech therapy, the HRT, the surgery, the psychotherapy. Everything is in that mortgage. But once you clear off the mortgage and it's paid, you look in the mirror like, damn, this, you begin to smile at yourself and you're like, whoop.
So I haven't had top surgery yet. However, I've worked towards kind of getting to the stage where I don't necessarily need it so much. Like I will in the long run eventually have it, but I went to the beach for the first time this year and went topless and no one blinked an eye. It was one of those moments where I was like, I've done the thing. I've worked hard. My body has reached the level where no one would guess that I haven't had top surgery. And it was like, yes, okay.
That's great.
Yeah.
I've noticed as I've got more comfortable in myself, especially with my performance art, how much more I'm willing to like use my body as part of the art beyond its transness, I think. I think so much of my early work was based on just the trans aspect of my identity, so it's been interesting, like especially with more recent works where like I'll play with my body as its own entity aside from the labels which are ascribed to it, which I think is kind of more interesting, and it's led to like more confidence, I think. I'm very excited. I've always been very excited. That was one of the big things when I was figuring out that I was trans. I never saw myself wanting to be a woman proposing to a woman. I always saw myself as a man proposing to a woman. And when I figured it out, I was like, oh, of course. That makes so much sense now. So it's one of those like, bucket list things I'm pretty excited to do.
So, what makes me happy? Living my life as best as I can. Striving for happiness in every aspect of my life. And for once, choosing to support myself rather than leaving myself last. Letting me be me. Permission. Hi, my name is Ray Lavery and my pronouns are he, him.
My name's Amanda and my pronouns are she, her.
My name is Zaremba, my pronouns are they, them.
My name is Kay Rowan and my pronouns are she, her.
So my name is Morag and my pronouns are he, they.
My name is Askar, surname Suankov, and my pronouns are he, him.
So my name is Amanda Kamanda, and my pronouns she, her, hers.
My name is Eva Echo, and my pronouns are she, they.
My name's Angus Jones, and my pronouns are they, them, there.
My name's Samuel Bailey and my pronouns are he, him.
My name is Jack and my pronouns are he, him.
So I'm Kat Egan, I use she and they pronouns.
My name is Maya Chavla and my pronouns are she and her.
My name is Nikki Fisher. My pronouns are she, her.
We're here today talking very specifically about transjoy.
Yeah.
And I was wondering what comes to mind when you hear those words.
I think so much comes to mind. The thing I was thinking about most recently was like trans joy as a result of liberation, feeling safe enough to be like silly, in the same way like feeling safe enough to be, or like free enough to be yourself and that be celebrated or lifted up in a moment, in a story, in another connection with another human being. Trans people, they are a part of like a minority group, right? And minority groups like face persecution and discrimination and prejudice, and they are literally like in a world that is against them. So then to share a moment where like the joy you feel doesn't leave that part of you behind is a result of like liberation and of allyship and equality. It can be as simple as putting on a binder for the first time, or to having sex with your partner for the first time, or simply just having someone say your name. And that's really special, and it's an acknowledgement of who you are.
Do you know, I know this is the title of the film, and I've been thinking about this. I don't know if I can say what is trans joy. I can say what is joy. And joy is moving towards what makes you happiness. We all of us in this world have one goal that we all share, and that is to be happy. Everybody is trying to be happy, however that is for them. And trans joy is just a small part of who you are. It's just you giving yourself permission and the relief of being who you are. And if that label turns out to be transgender, okay. But it's really not about being transgender. It's about being you. It's about me being me and giving myself permission to be me. And the joy in that is one that I didn't even know was an option.
I would say genuine, true happiness. Like you've never experienced it before. Like before you transition, you might think, oh, I've been happy. And then you transition and you have these little moments, like maybe someone uses your correct pronouns or your new name, or you get a card that says brother on it, and then there's this new level of happiness, and then there's things that you used to hate, like shopping or going to the beach, and then you enjoy that, and it's those things that is trans joy in my head. Things that you didn't used to enjoy, or a happiness that you've never experienced at another level.
I've thought long and hard about this one. I'm still working out in my head. I think trans joy to me is like, it's the moments of euphoria offset from like some of the darker moments. Transness is characterized so much by struggle and suffering and difficulty, and I think most representations and stuff like that still miss the wonderful joy of it. Really nice moments of like feeling at one with yourself while you're with your friends, feeling unequivocally yourself in a way that I don't think that many people have, because they've never had to grapple with what their self means as a concept. Those moments offset with the difficulty, offset with that, and in contrast with that really makes like trans joy.
I love when new patients come in and we get to start them on hormones, and you can see it's like a big thing. Like, people are so happy to be there and they're so like excited. It's really nice to see people, because you see them come back, you see the same people come back every 6 months, or you've checked in more regularly, and you can see people are like standing taller, they're more confident, they're doing more things, and it's just nice to watch people be more themselves. I think you can see it in how they respond to you and how they feel.
When I look at it from like a work perspective and stuff like that, I interact with a lot of people who are like getting on hormones for the first time and stuff. And the reason that that's such a joyous moment isn't just because of the getting on hormones, it's because of the struggle that's come before. It's because of all of the difficulty that's led to that moment that leads to such an intense euphoria and joy and happiness that's so palpable and so nice to see. It makes everything else kind of work, I think.
If you look at sometimes in the community forums, people are like, oh, trigger warning, today this, today that. Every time you're hearing the negative things in the news, and it raises your anxiety, and at some point, even the things that are not happening in your life, you also begin to get scared because you're hearing somebody was, you're like, oh my God, this happened to a certain person. Oh, this happened to a certain person. What about me? But when we always have this perspective of, good things, sharing the good stuff, then other people also begin sharing their good perspectives. Oh, I can't believe I got my ID. Oh, I can't believe I got my this. And it begins to say that, yes, we are making progress, And trans joy is that collective thing that we all get in affirming our identities and celebrating the small wins, both on an individual perspective, which begins with accepting the self, and a global perspective, which is like more of a policy change or a legislative reform that gives us and protects our rights.
I think what it is that trans joy is hope. Like, life isn't perfect as soon as you come out. There's a lot of struggle and there's a lot of challenge, and some of that comes from internal stuff and some of that comes from external stuff. But the thing that makes the difference between like before me and the now me is that I actually have hope that tomorrow isn't defined by how today went. It could still be better. And I never used to feel like that before. I used to just feel like every day was a slog and a chore, and I had to build myself in the morning and then deconstruct myself in the evening every single day. And now there's hope. Now that there's this, every conversation I have is the idea that we can still make things better. And I think that comes from community. It comes from having a group of people around you who you don't have to describe yourself to. You don't have to go through that process of explaining what it means to be trans or defining transness with this community. You just have people around you who have a shared language and shared life experiences. And some of them are vastly different and some of them are similar. And that beautiful complexity that makes up the world is so much more interesting and so much more fascinating and beautiful than the kind of reduced simplicity that we're sometimes told about the world, that billions of people can be split into two genders who all have exactly the same fates in life. Like, that's such a boring way to view the world, and it's so much more vivid to just understand that there is hope in that complexity and that there is beauty in being a complicated, fully rounded human being.
I think the transjoy specifically, you feel it when you don't even feel it, if that makes sense. I remember in my last year of uni, I moved in with my partner for a couple of months. And so that was like with his mates, his flatmates, and it was like 8 people in the house. And I at first thought like, sounds awful. They're gonna like this. These are like computer science bros, like straight, cis. How am I even gonna explain to them who I am and how I would like to be called? I would just like be made fun of. That's not what I want. But I moved in and like 3 people there were trans, and more than that, all the cis straight bros with those jumpers and hoodies and never like coming out from their rooms with their computers, they were so accepting. Like they didn't even like question it. They didn't have to think about like what pronouns to use. It was just like once I introduced myself and told them like, you know, I'm a guy, I think I'm a guy, I use he, him pronouns, please call me that. And that was that. It was literally that. You can feel so much pressure on yourself because it feels like you've chosen this lifestyle and you have to like just suffer through this every time you come out, every time you try to explain. But because they were just normal people and I was a normal guy to them, it felt so nice. It didn't feel like I chose anything. It felt like what most people, most non-trans people would be born into and not even think about it.
I like gender euphoria. I like first feelings of gender euphoria, like the first time that I went out presenting certain ways when I was like 17, 18, 19, they felt really euphoric. And there's less moments like that these days because I've filled in more of the cracks as I've just gotten more confident and there's less new experiences happening. But there's still, when those first new experiences of euphoria happen, they make me really happy.
So like when I got my diagnosis, it was one of those things where like a lot of things just slid into place. And then when I started hormones, that was a whole nother level of confidence. And everyone at work was like, oh, you just keep growing in confidence and you seem so much happier. And that was also just reassuring and like validating in that, yeah, this is me, like, we're good.
I think really specifically of this one video this patient sent me after he'd had top surgery. It was interesting because I'm not involved in that pathway at all, but we'd had a lot of conversations about it. I'd helped chase up some of the referrals and things like that, and it was the first time he'd had his like bandages and things taken off, and you can see him in the mirror and he's pulling his top down and he's just running his hand down his chest and he looks so happy. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone look that happy about something. You can just see all like so much like a weight has like lifted. And then I emailed back, I was like, I had a little cry. This is really nice. And it's just really lovely to see people being more confident and to just be more relaxed in who they are, I'd say.
What is the nicest for me is when I get to exist in a space knowing I'm trans. Nobody really knows that I'm trans, or if they do, I don't know. And I'm not being treated any differently. They're not being treated any differently to me. And I just get to live my life the way that I want to live it, receiving no either specifically negative or specifically positive treatment. And I think that's where Pride Month usually brings up a lot of contention for me, because I think people assume that like it's Pride Month and there's rainbows everywhere and it's all about trans people and it's all about queer people, but I don't want to be plastered over everything. I don't need any of that to be happy. I just want to be able to do my job, to go home, to be with my partner, to afford my bills and get to do great things like this on a weekend, you know, go to the beach, take my shirt off, not get any looks, anything like that, and just just be, I think that's what it is for me.
My partner and I do something that we call sardining, from sardine. If we are on holiday in a sea, I will lie on water. My partner will sort of support me from underneath, and with waves she will move my body. It is so silly and so beautifully joyous, and I think it is quintessential trans joy, because it is happiness, it is love, it is being free of any expectation and feeling the happiness that is connected to the body, but the body is perfectly good as it is. There's nothing with the body that needs to be changed. It is perfect in this moment. It is one of the most joyous and silly and fantastic things.
For me, trans joy has ultimately evolved during my transition. What it is now is very different to how it was back then. For me now, trans joy is simply just existing, like lying in bed on a Sunday morning with my wife, watching trash on TV, exchanging memes with Boomer, our little dog, just running around the bed as well. Just appreciating that moment, because once upon a time I never thought that I would have that be able to exist in that sort of moment or space. So for me, that is the joy, because joy knowing that I've come through so much to achieve something that so many people take for granted. Back then, years ago, joy was just being able to get through each day. And I'd be happy with that. But now it's knowing that there is a future, we have long-term plans, and that we're able to explore this world together.
While things are getting better, things in remote areas, like in London and stuff, things are getting better. In remote areas, it's still the same story as it was several years ago, and that's tough. The part of my job that I draw the most happiness from is doing what I can to support those, like having phone calls with people who are in remote areas, talking about like how they can find community within their spaces and stuff like that. And I think that's been kind of where I draw quite a lot of like my energy from, because it is tough. And it's like when you're in London, it can be really easy to get caught up in the fact that you've got this like large trans community around you and there's events going on constantly and there's all this stuff. But in the sticks, it's not the same. And a lot of those conversations are kind of what I'm kind of having nowadays, I guess.
We've got the support group, so then people come in and be like, I started hormones, or I booked my top surgery and stuff. But I also have a social media platform where I've got quite a few followers, and they'll like message me and be like, oh, I did this today, and I did this today. I'm like, that's amazing. Like, it just brings me joy to see other people experiencing it and going through the same things that maybe I've gone through, or things that I want to go through. Like, yeah, definitely.
I always see trans joy in others before anything else, even though it's people who reach out to me for help or they need advice, because I guess I've been there. I've been through a lot of what they've been through, having come out 6 years ago and kind of crammed a lot into a short space of time. So being able to see their joy and help them to bring that joy out is essentially why I love doing what I do, because I want to create change that's long lasting, and I want people to focus on the good, not the bad. At one point, I was pretty much a complete loner in life. I detached myself from my biological family. We've never really got on, so for me that's been quite a natural journey to go down. But then finding my soulmate, my best friend, who's now my wife, and we'll be married for 10 years this November. So having this journey together has been absolutely amazing. My best friend, even though she lives in Newquay, we talk as much as we can, but knowing that we're there for each other is something that you can't ever take for granted, because despite the distance, knowing that someone out there appreciates you, loves you, and really cares for what you do is amazing. It brings me so much joy. And also my over-enthusiastic little chihuahua called Boomer, who no matter what I do will always be there and is always happy to see me.
the secondary family. So, you have your born family, but then you have your wider family, and that's where you really have a choice to create a happy family. Because you don't get to choose who your mother, father, brother, sister, blah, 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 blah is. And sometimes they're great, and sometimes you don't see eye to eye. Okay, fine. But you do have a choice to make your own family. And that is transjoy as well. Because you will find people in your family, you will draw people to you that become your trans family. And that is a system of support. And it is different for everybody, but that system of support allows you to get on with being who you are, because you all have that in common. And that's transjoy, I think, is not just yourself, but it is the family and the community that builds around you, and you all help each other.
Chosen family is significantly more important, in my opinion, purely because they choose to be there. It's not about, being blood related or anything like that out of obligation. They choose to put themselves in my life. They choose to go through all the ups and downs that I go through, and that in turn gives me strength to go through my transition, especially when it can get incredibly difficult and frustrating at times.
There is not a one-size-fits-all model for transjoy, and it's also not possible to feel transjoy all the time. And I think that there can be this unfair pressure that we put on ourselves that we have to be okay all of the time, otherwise the people who treat us with disregard are right, which I just think is unfair. No human being can be happy all the time, but I've had far more good days now than I used to do previously, and I think that's a victory. And whatever form transjoy comes in for anybody who's watching this is totally valid. That can be huge, massive things of like celebration and festival, or it can just be the simple fact that it's easier to get up out of bed in the morning than it was previously. Those are both incredible, wonderful things that should be treasured and are equally as formative.
And hello, welcome back, welcome back.
Everyone.
I have to say, no matter how many times I see that film, I love it, and I hear new things in it every single time, and it's just brilliant. It's such a positive vibe, showing the real lives of real people, and so I just love it. I just love it. It's in my favorites anyway, but now it's been a while since I've looked at it, so it's amazing. And I have to say, the comments coming through on the live stream as well. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your comments. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Send your friends in. Get other people onto this stream. Hit the like button, whatever you do on social media. I'm too old for that malarkey, to be honest with you. So I need you guys to do the hard work for me. So, yes. So again, welcome back. As Jess mentioned, now that we've seen the film, we're going to have a little bit of a Q&A, and I would love to welcome back the wonderful Jack Latham and, of course, Kay Rowan, both of whom yes, please, do a bow, wonderful, thank you. A wave will do it, yes, bow or wave, either will do, yes, thank you. And obviously you've all seen them now on the film, and now here we are again, 2 years later, back in on the film. back in real life has passed in those 2 years. You both, can I please just say that you both look bloody fantastic. You really do.
Thank
You
you.
look
Oh, thank you.
absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
That's all. That's the
really.
only reason I came. I can go now, right? I just got
Yeah,
the
that's it. You're
compliment,
done
and
now.
then
Yeah,
okay,
you're
cool,
done.
good.
Yeah, we're no need to say anything else. Yeah, but it's welcome back, both of you,
Thank
and
you.
thank you so much again for giving up your time this evening to do this with us.
Of course.
And every time we say, "Hey, can you do this?" you always go, "Yes," and you're always here. So it's brilliant. Thank you so much. It's people like yourself. It's people who are selfless and who get out there and who give their time. That's what really makes the difference in here. So we cannot express our gratitude to you both enough, to be honest with you. So thank you so much. But anyway, again, I could keep on going with that one. But look, here's the thing: is we asked you that wonderful question of what is transjoy 2 years ago, but now 2 years have passed. A lot has happened during that time. Maybe your opinion has changed. Maybe other things have come in. Obviously, you're 2 years further down in your transition as well. And as we all know, this is a marathon, not a sprint, as a friend of mine would say all the time.
Are you
So
talking
it's
about the live stream or people's transitions? Just to
transition.
be clear.
I am talking about. Is this not what we're talking about? Have I on the wrong stream here?
No, you get it.
No, what I mean is obviously your own transition is 2 years further down the line. And we have, as we go every day, every month, every week, or every year, we have a lot more experience. We have a lot more, I suppose, knowledge of what it is like walking in these shoes. And to me, it is amazing how much it changes pretty much on a week and monthly basis. So maybe, Jack, can we start with, no, actually, do you know what? Sorry, Jack. Ladies
That's
first.
okay.
Let's start with you. Let's start with you.
That's
Right?
fine.
Let's be gentlemanly about this, shall we? Kay, for you, I mean, obviously you're very front and center. You do a lot of music, and you do a lot of public facing. In fact, Jack, you do too. But for you, Kay, tell me, what about the last 2 years? What does transjoy mean for you now?
Well, it's very weird to watch that back because I was only about a year into my transition when I was invited to take part in that documentary, which is kind of wild to think about. And I can see myself saying a lot of things somehow very articulately that I really believe in now. But I could see myself back then not really being able to manifest a lot of the stuff that I was saying. Knew exactly what I was aiming for in terms of how to create and foster joy, but I maybe wasn't exactly in the position in my life, or maybe things were a bit too amorphous for me to actually crystallize that into action yet. So I guess the last 2 years have been me trying to take all of the stuff that I somehow managed to phrase pretty good back in that documentary and try and put it into practice. And I guess another part of it is that the world isn't, I don't think it would be an understatement to say that the world is a bit of a weird place at the moment. And I guess at the time, my focus on joy, because I was so early in my transition, was one based on personal actualization, trying to crystallize how I perceived myself and how I envisaged a future that I might not have always thought was entirely possible. And now I guess joy for me is much more about still keeping that personal manifestation going, but also just community joy, and joy as a form of revolution. I think that a lot of the systems that try to hold us down or try to keep us suppressed are systems that thrive on despair. And despair is only for those people who've given up on hope entirely. And so for me personally, joy is something I really try to foster both personally and communally, because it's a weapon against one of the tools that keeps us sort of fighting every single day. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but
I think yeah, I
We
think all of
follow,
it
we
makes sense.
follow, we
Yeah.
follow.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say though, because I do remember when all of this was shot, and I remember you. So, to be honest with you, bouncing through the door, and I know you did though, and for a lot of it,
that's
like
being a theatre student. That's being a theatre student. It does that to you.
Once
now
a theatre
the
kid,
cameras
always a
weren't
theatre
on at
kid.
that time. Sorry, Jess, what did you say?
Once a theatre kid, always a theatre kid. Right?
Oh
I'm
right,
exactly the
yes,
same. I'm
yes.
exactly the same.
I'm not a theatre kid. That is for sure. But the thing is like I do remember, because I remember you way before we shot this film, and when like you were like the first person who came to our first meetup, Like
Yeah.
literally, that was you. You are like pretty much one of our founding members here, right? And I know that Jess would agree with that. So the person that was there all that
Mm.
time ago and who kind of like quietly came through the door, eyes down, and not too sure. And I mean, obviously, I was a weirdo at the time, so I mean, who'd want to meet me in a pub? But you came, and
Just at the time, not now.
just at
Nothing to do with the
or
present in
till
any way, shape, or
1950.
form.
That's all I can say about that. But
It's a
see,
great
the
beard.
thing is like, you what?
It's a great beard. You look great.
Was that with a super glue earlier? No, it wasn't. But anyway, the thing is like from that period to when you shot the film, there was a
Mhm.
huge change in you, and you
Yeah.
were bouncing through the door. And so, from what it sounds to me like, is that has reached a whole new level now that you're another few years further down.
Yeah, I also think it's partly it's getting I know this sounds really it doesn't sound as exciting as I mean it to, but I think at the beginning stages of when you first come out and you first reach a point of self-acceptance, you kind of ride high on this particularly infectious wave of euphoria, this sort of desire to sort of burn the candle at both ends and make up for what you perceive to be lost time. But
Mm.
for me recently, I think I've discovered perhaps a quieter form of like joy, like trans joy, but also one that probably burns slightly longer. In that I'm now no longer chasing sort of particular highs of sort of energy or self-actualization, but fostering stuff that kind of burns a little bit longer and lasts a little bit longer. And also taking pride in the joy that I see around me and other people and trying to foster that. I think removing some of the ego from the experience a little bit and just remembering that we are a community bound together by history and culture and experience and diversity and a whole range of things. And yeah, maybe perhaps I think as well that's partly that you can't really see the joy when you're amongst it. I'm sure that you probably saw far more of the joy that I was exuding, but from an internal
Yeah.
perspective, it's sometimes very difficult to maintain a sense of perspective on that.
Yeah, I think so. How you are presenting on the outside, that is now truly who you are on the
Yeah.
inside. You have that confidence level in yourself.
I'm now who I was saying I wanted to be back when I filmed that documentary segment.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, I mean, that in itself is an amazing achievement. I mean, look, we all go for the exterior looks, but let's be honest, it's the internal changes that make the biggest difference. That's where the peace and the calm comes from, is from that.
But I have a
Um,
lot of you all to thank for that. Partly, I can't get away with not saying thank you because I was very early on in my transition then, and you gave me the opportunity to put into words a bunch of amorphous things that I was thinking, and gave me an open door to a community that I was desperately looking for. So I wanted to just take the opportunity to thank all of you for allowing and creating that space to have done that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love. I've said it a million times before. I love the film What is Trans Joy? It's one of my favorite ones. It's one of the easiest ones to work on, and I think that is probably why I like it so much. It was just as far as like the execution was, it just worked. And that ending in particular, I think was I think maybe selling yourself a little bit short there. Something
It's a
I've never
force of
called you
habit.
out on personally before. Um, there's this idea of, I think you were very knowledgeable about how you felt at the time, or at least it came across on camera that way. I felt
Good.
like it's a great ending. I love that.
Yeah.
I knew who I
Yeah.
was then, but I've got the confidence now to say that a lot more resolutely.
That makes sense.
Good progress. Good progress has been made. That's a massive positive. All right, Jack. Now the ladies have spoken. It's your turn. So tell
Okay.
us, how have the last 2 years from it now that I suppose now that you look at yourself in that film and where you were then and what you were saying, how does that even compute with you? Like, what are your thoughts?
I think I was only 7 months on testosterone then, so I looked very different. But I think back then I was very much about experiencing joy for the first time and having those first kind of like, oh, this is amazing. And now it's this new kind of things that would bring anyone joy. Like if you do well at a race or you do anything else, it's those little things that are now just day-to-day things that bring me joy. And you kind of go, oh, okay,
helped someone at the gym, or I came third, or I got a PB, or I did this. And it's just living life as just a person and having those little things.
Yeah, there is that stage, isn't it, that you get to where you forget you're transgender. You don't think about it all day, every day. In fact, you don't really think about it at all. Probably Jess and I think about it more because we do this stuff. But if it wasn't for that, my normal day to day, I don't think about it. And to
100%.
me, that
Yeah.
is it's a major milestone, though, isn't it?
Yeah, when you kind of go and you go, oh, I'm just Jack, and I'm just living my life, and I'm just a person, and
Yeah.
I go to events and people don't second guess, and they maybe will go on my social media and add me and go, oh, actually, I didn't realize. And you go, yeah, it's just me.
Just you.
Yeah.
Well, amazing. Yeah, well, again, thanks for sharing, and because it is like, I guess, one of those stages, that we have to kind of go through, that this lived experience, and we talk about this all the time, where this is a lived experience. And the early stages, it's all a lot of, well, I've watched all the timelines on YouTube, but are any of them real? Will that work for me? And there's a lot of like jumping into the unknown, like jumping off a cliff into, what seem like swarming sharks and strong, spiky like rocks coming up at you. That's kind of what it feels like. But you got to be that brave person and do it. And then once you're in it, you realize, actually, do you know how I completely blew all of that out of proportion. It's not nearly as bad as I thought. And in fact, it's going much better than I anticipated. And then to that point where you just don't focus on it anymore.
Yeah.
You're just getting, as you say, getting on with life. It's a
Yeah,
big step.
100%. It's quite nice
Yeah.
seeing, I've got a few clients coming in who are, I'm a personal trainer, and they're very early on in their transition, and then seeing them go through their, oh, I just got on testosterone, and their excitement, and then going through those stages. And that's quite nice to see.
Yeah, and that's another big one as well, is that sort of like, I'll be honest with you, I had loads of ideas of having massive, biceps and chests of steel, and, can I just say that beer and chocolate is far too tempting? Far too tempting. At 6 o'clock
It
in
is
the morning,
delicious.
are you mad? Like, no, I'm not getting up to do that. So, but it certainly was one of my intentions. And I guess for me anyway, a part of this change is I felt I needed to do that because that's what being a man was. Now I don't have that at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's just me. I've let a lot of that masculinity nonsense go.
I'm deep in marathon training. Beer and chocolate is very much existing in my life.
Oh. Kay, I always say this whenever we have someone on the live stream who is a friend. I almost feel like I need to disclose it to a certain extent. We know each other very well.
No, I've never met. Sorry, who are you again?
We see each other every 2 to 3 months for coffee, and I tell you how
Yep.
crazy my life is. That's generally the routine.
Yeah.
It's good being the crazy friend. I wear that badge with honor.
Likewise.
I know that you've been working on a novel for the past year.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if there are elements of trans joy that you have tried to put into that work.
Wow.
Had to surprise you. I could have texted you at any point this week and told
You
you this
really could
question.
have. No, I respect it. I think for me personally, this will shock nobody who knows me. I'm a massive nerd. So I grew up like swimming in high fantasy texts, and I could tell you pretty much the entire mythology of the Middle Earth, like back beginning to end. Like it verges on a problem, but I feel like of all the addictions to have, fantasy world building is a pretty easy one to navigate. But there is a problem with a lot of fantasy work where there is a dearth of representation. It is built on fundamentally a lot of patriarchal bedrock and a lot of cisgender bedrock and a lot of ableist bedrock and white, like it's bad. And I guess for me, I'm really trying to write a book that I wish that I could have read growing up, a book that I really wish I could have found as a teenager, desperately seeking some form of representation or some form of literature as a mirror, or any art that we create as a mirror that we hold up to ourselves, that we want to see ourselves reflected in, the good and the bad. And I guess the principal character of this book that I'm writing is a trans character. There's a found family narrative as part of it. This idea of trying to hold on to joy amongst a world that is so desperate to tear that from your grasp. It definitely wasn't intended to be a completely direct metaphor of what's happening, but it does sometimes feel like it. And I don't know. I'm sending the spirit of this book back in time to younger Kay, who could have probably really benefited from somebody being like, "It's okay. There can be stories about you where you aren't just the tragic passive character or the villain, or I don't know. Storytelling has a bad history when it comes to trans representation."
Well, you're saying there about going back to previous K, but
Mm.
there's a lot of us in that in that camp, and also thinking about particularly with the subjects that we're having today, which is like all of this is about sort of the trans youth that are coming up.
Yeah.
What about all of those people who are at that stage right now? And now there's going to be something for them. I mean, that's a large part of why we do what we do is not it is for us, but it's for the next generation that's coming up behind us. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll set the foundation, but it's the ones who are coming behind us who are probably going to make most of the changes. I mean, we're not giving up or anything, don't get me wrong, but it takes time for this stuff to come through. So to show that representation, to show that normality, I think is a huge thing, not just for those kids, but for all kids, because look at the Harry Potter type of things, which I assume you're going to be as good as that, right? We're going to be looking at you with Oscars and like Nobel prizes.
I tell you what, with my pension, with the kind of art that I create, Ray, that's going to be one very depressing theme park that kids are going to be taking trips to. I don't know if they want to be subjected to that.
Now, hang on. We are talking about joy, are we not? Bring the joy in.
Yeah,
Okay?
of course. Yeah.
You need more mold on the back wall if you're going to do a J.K. Rowling impression.
Don't tempt my landlord. Don't tempt my landlord.
Jack, to bring it back to you, the part of what's been really nice with all of our participants, but almost you in particular, your social media presence is so joyful and happy all of the time, and whenever I see it, it makes me smile. I was wondering if your attitude to trans joy has changed a little bit over time, or does it play into how you appear online to a certain extent?
I think it's that I started running a year and a half ago, and I've exceeded all expectations of what I could do, and I very much want there be representation of a successful trans man athlete out there, because it goes against every narrative that is going on out there that a trans man can do well. So I think by showing that I am out there and I am running and I am happy and I am a trans man, and I'm coming third in the men's category and I'm in the top 5% at Oxford Half Marathon in the men's.
Amazing.
It's showing people that we are here and we do exist and we can do well. And I think that I get people message me and they say, I didn't know that trans men runners existed, and you've inspired me to get out there and do it. So I think it's the little things like that where actually it's putting it out there, a face and a name and something to aspire towards and go against the narrative that we don't belong in sports. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely like a visibility problem on the trans mass side of things in particular. But I mean, in representation in that field specifically, it's same as trans kids, I suppose. It's almost such a charged conversation.
Yep.
Initially, some of the hate and stuff we've had online, everyone seems to almost have like a script of things to say, and this is exactly the same. Like, oh, I heard this one thing from Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson or some other horrible human being. I'm trying not to swear. It's a trans youth stream. Um, but I think if we can show and spread that positivity, then we've got a better chance of having an actual conversation about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot around that. There's a lot of again, there's a lot of myth busting to be done around that, and I've done a lot of research on it. And the evidence that they're using is nonsense, and the reality is incredibly different to what we're being told. I can give you references if you want. In actual fact, Great Burke just came out with something on that this week. He does sort of like a trans history thing every year, and he was in one of the later films that we'll be showing later. But he does this piece, and he wanted to do it on transport. So I gave him a lot of that research, and he's put it in, and it's the nonsense is just ridiculous. But we know the nonsense is everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Can I just make a point though? You said the little thing when somebody came up to you and said, "Oh my God, I didn't know this was a thing. You have now inspired me to go do this." Which is not a little thing, young man.
Yeah.
It's there's been a few that have they've now gone, oh, I can be a trans man runner and I can go out there and do it.
That's
And
huge.
actually, I've been to races before and I've seen other trans people there, and it's been really nice. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see people's. There will always be an excuse. There will be, oh, you're only so fast because you're on testosterone. And you go, hang on a minute. This doesn't quite. This is very combative with every other thing I've ever heard in my life. But I'm like, I'm just out here running, and I work hard, and that's why I'm fast. That's yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Really amazing.
Man.
Happy for, I will say in the chat, there is quite the delay on this stream. I'm not sure why, but if you do have any questions, send them in. We'll be sure to ask them. Ray, do you have any questions to ask?
Well, when it comes to sort of the trans joy, and I guess this, I do have a question for both of you, because we have been talking about what you have seen, but you've had another 2 years to have a look around. Not that we gave you an assignment or anything, but have you seen in the community of people that you've built around you, have you seen an increase in their joy? Like we're not an isolated event here, right? You've seen this all across.
Jack, do you want to go?
Yep. I I think there's been more of a need for joy.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So in 2 weeks' time, I'm giving a talk at my local trans support group, and the entire basis of that was it's a really tough time at the moment, and we need a little bit of positive and a little bit of joy. So I think it's more so there's more seeking out of it because it's trying to outbalance the bad stuff.
Yeah. I also think to not focus on the bad stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you go looking for bad stuff, you'll find bad stuff. But if you go looking for
100%.
good stuff, you'll find good stuff. Like
Exactly.
I mean, when we talk about the bad stuff, so much of it is so unsubstantiated in any way. People are just making stuff up, and for some reason seem to be getting away with it. But let's leave those sort of outside people that we can't control. But what we can control is the people that we have around us. And and I said it on the film there, but the second family, and which often becomes the first family. So your surrounding family, of the people that you build around you. And one of the things I love about our group is that when people come, they're all terrified, and like sometimes it takes them months to even come and show up. But then once they're there, for a little bit, they get their confidence grows, but they start to make their friends. They start to make that circle of people who feel like them and are going through the same journey. And I've seen some amazing friendships grow, some real circles of friends grow. And to me, that's like the most amazing thing, And so that I was kind of talking about it from that perspective, from people that you've known, you know what I mean, who are, I guess, on this journey with you.
Yeah, so we did this thing at my gym where we have a swimming pool. And I was talking to the same support group, and we did this thing where when the center was closed, we opened it up for the support group. And so there was no one else in the center to see anyone. And we all just had free reign of that swimming pool to just be us and be joyful. And we all at first did exactly what you said, and we got in that pool and we did that thing where we said, oh, we've not done this in a while. And then someone gave us a ball, and we all just played volleyball, and it was the most joyous moment. I probably example of trans joy I've ever seen. You had everyone all in different outfits, all with different trans tape, binding in different ways, and no one cared. We were just there existing and being so happy.
That's
Having
amazing.
fun.
It's so fun. I can't swim.
Hard that you put on that event then, isn't it?
Because as centre manager, we just suggested we'd normally closed it for another group, and we were like, we'll keep it open this week, and then it will just everyone have some fun and have some freedom and just not worry.
Wow. I was just going to say, talk about jumping in the deep end. Like, you can't even swim. Like.
No, I'm not doing that.
Big ring, very big ring.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
big ring.
exactly. Yeah. What about you, Kay? Because I know you've got a good circle of people around you now.
I do, which you're right. Yeah, I met them, a lot of them through people through this meetup group and everything. And I think you inherit a sort of worry that you have this narrative like burned into your head that you're going to come out and suddenly feel very isolated and you're going to suddenly feel very alone, or you're going to sort of operate on the fringes of people's awareness. But everything I found afterwards has been the complete antithesis to that. There is such a wonderful community of people out there, and there are the truest friends I've ever been able to make coming from these experiences, because you're being authentic with yourself and you're communicating truly about who you are and how you feel. And I think I sort of agree a little bit with Jack in the sense that I think recent times have sort of drawn an importance on why joy is so vital. Because as I say, like a lot of the rhetorics that go around are built on despair and manifesting fear and manifesting division. And I actually feel like when you are given a space to have a genuine conversation with someone, you find a lot more common ground and a lot more understanding than people sometimes like to realize. But a lot of the mechanisms of hatred and a lot of the mechanisms of division tend to sort of cloud out a lot of our awareness of that. And so for me personally, I take such joy in seeing the friends that I've made kind of go off and do massive achievements and huge things in their transition and in their lives, but also just getting up every single day and facing the world and retaining that bright, brilliant spark of who they are inside of them, making art, or, you know, even if it's just getting up and having breakfast in the morning and having a shower, is a form of revolution and a form of joy that I don't think can be undersold or understated.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's that keeping going every single day.
Mhm.
The resilience which we were talking about last night, and just giving yourself the I guess the tools and I guess the mindset to stay your journey even with all that negativity, to remain positive. I think that's kind of the key to life, is that whatever's going on around you, it'll only affect you if you let it affect you. If you stay in that positive mindset and you continue to feed from your own joy, then none of that stuff actually affects you. It actually just disappears, and over time it comes away from your vision entirely. And I'm a big believer in that, and I've seen it a lot. And I don't just mean because Ray ignores everything on social media. I have Jess for keeping up with that, but I just mean like the negative, it doesn't come at me the way that it used to. And that in itself is a joy, even if it's one I hadn't even realized I'd got, you know. There was a question in the live chat, and thank you for asking the question. We're up for that. I think really this is a question for you, Jess. Was there any part of the film that was like hard, or like what would have been the hardest part of the filming of that film?
Hardest part of Trans Joy, I think so. So it's two things really. The heat was the biggest difficulty
It was
for
hot.
sure. So
So hard.
we were filming we were filming in an all blacks out studio in Mile End in July, I think it was, if I remember, June or July. And what we would do, and you can see this in the finished film, it's really funny to me every time I see it. We would we had, I think, 6 or 7 fans set up around the room, like all around, that we would turn on when we were setting up and getting everyone ready. But we'd have to turn them off for the interview and then turn them back on again for even when we were doing some of the B-roll shots and some of the additional things. So you'll see a lot of the girls in the film, their hair will be like blowing in the wind,
A dramatic movie shot, a dramatic film shot.
in lovely slow motion because we were all dying in that room. Yeah, that was the hardest thing. I think the other thing as well for transjoy specifically, because we wanted to get all of it done in one day, we did, I think, 14 interviews back to back to back to back, which, having done this 4 times now, we've learned is too much. It was, it was a lot to get through. And we've sort of refined that process over time. But yeah, volume. And if I remember rightly, I think they'd shut the Rotherhithe Tunnel or something in East London.
Oh,
So
yeah, I'd
to
forgotten
to
about
get
that.
home, we were stuck in like gridlock traffic for like 3 hours trying to get, 20 minutes away after being
Oh,
up for, 36 hours or something like that. It was,
God
yeah, it
Almighty!
was it was insane.
Oh
Yeah,
my God!
that was kind of a tough shoot, but everything went so well. I don't think of it as a tough shoot in my head. I always think of it as a positive thing, which I
I
suppose is
just
good.
think it was just so exciting because it
Yeah.
was the first one, and it was a bit of a wing and a prayer, if as I recall. It's a bit like, oh, these people are gonna, hopefully they'll all turn up, and like everybody turned up, and
Yeah.
even with the all the transport problems and stuff like that. And I have to say
Mm.
that, of course, only a fraction of what was shot went into the film, and to me, I think editing is an incredibly hard job, but to be able to decide what goes in the film and what doesn't, because there were so many people who were being so honest about so many things, and we went off on a few tangents that are obviously on the cutting room floor at the moment. But it was amazing to see that honesty, and I can only imagine just how hard it was for you to choose what went into the film.
I was trying to explain this to someone who's going to work on Dear Wes earlier this week, actually. I don't know if other filmmakers do this, but my aim is. I'll build the ship for participants to come in and tell their stories, and I'll base my edit off what those stories are. I'm not going in with a preset motion of, oh, I think we're going to hit this talking point, and that's what I need you to say on. I like to keep it a little bit more ambiguous because, I mean, especially for this project, the point of the films is trans people being able to speak for themselves. So it would be weird of me to come in and be like, but you need to say this. Like that's just wrong. But it's kind of the joyous thing of the editing of it is I can sort of look through the interviews and go, oh well, what were the stories there? What did we hear that day? What connects the dots between? And it's kind of a puzzle piece, really, sort of going, oh well, Jack said this and Kay said that, and that's kind of similar, so they can go together and bits and pieces, and you sort of build from there, really.
Yeah. Well, you did, as we all know, because we've just seen the film, you did an amazing job, Jess. So,
Thank you.
well done. So, let's say a very big thank you to both Jack and Kay. Thank you so much for again being honest and again telling us what's going on. And, you have no idea how much we appreciate you. And, the future of what you've got planned, even the little bits that you've told us there, sounds very exciting. It sounds wonderful. I will now actually have to go on social media and actually follow you, Jack, because I want to see you kicking some sis ass there, So let's do that. And okay, your book will have to go on audio format, right? But once it is, I will listen to it, and that hopefully will count. We might even hold a book club. In fact, we would hold a book club on it.
I'll do my
So,
I'll
best podcast voice for you.
I'll read it. I'll read it. We'll do like a stage play. Like we'll do like characters and stuff.
Don't give me
oh,
any
now we're going to
ideas.
the West End. Now, this is how you do it. This is how things grow, So you never know. We might just make it there. But anyway, listen. Thank you again for your contribution this evening. Thank you for being on the film and for being so honest and so wonderful. And the best of luck to both of you in where it is you're going. And we're going to stay in touch, so we will find out what happens. But thank you again and for being here with us. So I think we're ready to roll the next film. Is that right, Jess, or am I
Yeah,
gonna?
correct. We're good to
Yeah,
go.
okay.
Yeah, we're a little bit over, but we're on time.
We're just about on time. Yeah,
This
okay.
is this is
So,
gonna be a long stream, guys. Buckle in.
but a great stream, a great stream.
A wonderful stream.
Wonderful. All right.
The next film we're going to show is What is Trans Pride? Talking about hard shoot days. Ask me about this one. Ask me about this one when we get to it. This was a hard shoot day. This might be the hardest shoot day of my career.
I remember.
We filmed in Brighton Pride in the summer of 2023, as well as a little bit of London Pride too. We're really proud of it. We're going to be on with Adam Khan after this, who is one of the organisers for London Trans Pride. Really looking forward to talking to him, so stay tuned. Here is the film. Thanks, guys.
We have this kind of narrative of like pride in general for LGBT plus people has become obviously like more of a party, and there's this movement, trying to take it back to its roots of protest. Yeah. Obviously, especially in terms of what we're facing in the media. But I think there's always that when you come to a trans pride, there's always more of that grassroots feeling because you can see it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like you're able to see what we're going through. You're able to instantly connect those roots of protest with what we're doing. And I think it's vital because, like I said, I don't often get to see people that look like me. I don't often get to see trans people coming out and having a good time. It's a place for me where I feel safe. I don't always feel safe.
For visibility and for people who have very narrow ways of seeing the world and seeing gender, for people to be able to see that this isn't going anywhere, and like maybe if so many people are celebrating diversity, then maybe it's time to start to rethink how you think of gender and how you think of these binaries. I think it's really, hopefully, very educational for a lot of people who are scared of what they don't know.
I've definitely seen people walking around and thought to myself, I bet like they don't feel they can do that often, like as their true selves, like dressing how they want, to have a taste of what life could be like if you were allowed to kind of be who you are. I think can really help people make it through, to just keep holding on until they get to where they need to be going.
It's vital, like you said. You need these days, especially with so many places trying to, separate themselves from trans people as well, and like LGB communities, isn't it? Yeah. So it's like you need days like this, especially brings everyone together. Yeah. To kind of refresh that solidarity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think I think it's immeasurable, this event actually, and the main reason is because, especially for trans, it's getting it out into the community. Not so much making it acceptable, but making people understand what trans actually means and the different variants with trans, whether it's non-binary, binary trans, whether it's trans non-binary. I just think it's a good understanding, and I think every major town and city across the country should be holding a major trans Pride festival alongside the LGBT plus prides. But then also, I also think there should be a trans centre where people can drop in nationally as well, which is something that we're working towards as well. So it's an immeasurable event, it's so important, and I just think it should grow and grow.
I feel that Trans Pride is important because it shows people that we are here, we are visible, and we want to exist just like everyone else. We want to live our lives happily, just like everyone else.
We care about each other, and that we're angry and that we're hurt, but also that we have so much love for each other, and showing other people, like cis people, that like we're here and we're a part of society as well as that, and we deserve to be here.
For someone like myself who's straight, and I haven't met many trans people in my life, but now I've met quite a handful of people that I now will call my friends, and it's education. I didn't know a lot about non-binary, and now I'm learning. So education is key to breaking down barriers, and events like these are amazing.
too many times now in Pride events, trans people, and especially trans and non-binary people, are excluded, not involved, not given the same platform as a lot of other people, both as performers and as the community. So I think highlighting that trans pride is needed is really important, and it really brings us all together as a community to let people know that we are here, we're not going anywhere, but also that we are very much a part of the LGBTQ community. That should be really, really celebrated in a massive way.
I think it's maybe sort of nice as from like a parent point of view as well, to see other parents and families out sort of celebrating their kids, and that's always nice, and to kind of chat with them. We marched today with a group called All Sorts, which are a really lovely Brighton group. And so to kind of be part of that group and to celebrate our kids in this space is just really magical.
I would also recommend All Sorts and the other children.
Yeah. And you're still doing visibility and representation. They are baby steps moving forward, but this march needs to be 100,000 people in a few years' time. That's what we need to get to.
Yeah.
As much as like local politics is important, you can't just do the work within these power structures. You need grassroots movements to be empowering everything that happens within the like formal power structures. So today is just absolutely essential. It was amazing to see such a huge turnout, and obviously it's important financially to ensure that things like the Trans Pride Centre will continue to run. So it's just an absolute joy to be a part of.
It's a very friendly town, Brighton, London too, but at the same time, I'm not sure. I think we all know it's not quite as accommodating everywhere else. So we've got a bit of a mission, but I'm confident because we're already kicking up enough of a stink, and that's all it takes, quite honestly, and things will move. It might not be so smooth. I don't expect it to be smooth. I'm sure you don't either, but we've got to start somewhere. So fly your flags.
We sometimes are quite an isolated community, and I've met lots of trans people that don't know other trans people in their lives. So this kind of opportunity is great for like solidarity, community unification, and just experiencing joy and safety in numbers as well. That's really important.
You need to make sure people are in person to build a community, or else you don't really have a community, you just got a collection of individuals. So yeah, I think it's really important, and having everyone in together at once, because often you'll get smaller groups of people, they won't be all, you'll know people and they'll know people, but you won't have everyone together at once, except for Trans Pride.
I need to be here because basically I couldn't be here if it wasn't for everybody else and all the other trans people that have paved the way, essentially, for me. I'm 43 years old. I became aware 18 months ago, but absolutely, I bow down and I lay out on the floor in awe of people that are so brave and fearless that I need to celebrate it and at least just be a number and just be here. It's thanks to you and you and you and you and all these people here and everyone else that I can even, A, know about what this means and wear it, and B, me comfortably. So thank you to you and the group and all the thousands of people that are all around Brighton at the moment. Thanks.
Last year at Trans Pride, I was feeling quite down about myself and where I was in my transition, and seeing so many trans people at such different parts of their transition and who want such different things was kind of emotionally healing for me. Obviously, on top of that, Trans Pride is primarily a protest, and so it's just sort of really reaffirming to be able to see that we've actually got strength in numbers when we come together.
I can feel like myself, and I can enjoy being who I am.
Well, can't say it better than that, really. I think it's just great to see like community sort of coming together, and yeah, seeing Roz, you know, just kind of be part of that community, celebrate who they are, and celebrate trans lives.
Still a protest.
Still a protest.
There's still prejudice. There's still any protest. That's how you get to where this one needs to be, and everyone like them and us.
Yeah.
So they get the love that they need and deserve.
Trans Pride means to me an opportunity for the communities to come together, to experience joy as one sort of united community, and also to raise awareness of the problems that are occurring in the community, and think about collectively what we want to change for the benefit of everybody.
Trans Pride is something that is very important to my partner, so it is something that is very important to me, and I think that it is a very joyous event, and it's nice to feel surrounded by people who are all very friendly, and it feels like they're on our side.
It means being able to talk about what's really important and fight for our rights, but also let people know what we're fighting for. Because if people only see the fight, then people don't actually get to experience our joy. And I like to remind people that actually trans people are very joyful. We just don't like it when people mess with our joy. So that's why I think Pride is really important, to both send a message out to everyone, but also make time and make space to celebrate with the people that we love and the community that we're all part of.
Really important to make some noise and make sure that people see us for people, because like just humans at the end of the day, like everyone deserves to have the same rights and live the same ease of life, and it's really frustrating that that's not the case for so many people. So yeah, I think Trans Pride is just so joyous as well, to see so many people out and celebrating, and to see people who aren't marching in the parade, who are like cheering from the sidelines with their families and with their young kids. Like, it's really beautiful to see. For as much hate as there still is in the world, it's like events like this that are just like really hopeful.
It means being here as an ally to my queer family, and also to reach out kind of from the lesbian community, which has been damaging trans people across the planet, and to, I guess, show my support and try to counterbalance that, a bit like carbon offsetting the kind of toxic way in which TERFs have been not supporting and not being allies, which, you know, is hurtful. And yeah, so that's why I'm here. I'm kind of trying to just be an ally and listen and understand and support my friends, basically.
For me, Trans Pride is an opportunity to show who we truly are, and as well as a time and an opportunity to show those who may not understand that we are here. We are here to educate, and we are also here to make sure that we are heard against people who want to eradicate us.
In society, we're often told to feel ashamed that we're trans and almost that we're not people because we're transgender, but actually it's an amazing thing to be, and I love being trans, and it's a great community to be a part of. And this event is just a wonderful day and a really important day for our community to fight back against the political pressures that exist on our community and fight for our humanity and for compassion and love.
Most of the focal point on trans lives is the misery that we face, the hardship that we face, but at events like this we get to celebrate our successes, we get to celebrate the truth of who we are, and we get to also, I think the biggest thing is like really build on community, and that's one of the biggest things when I go to a trans pride that I'm really excited about, is meeting other people and seeing people that look like me or you know, have come from similar backgrounds to me, just like living and being happy and healthy, because we don't get to see that in the media. So I think events like Trans Pride and Trans Pride in general is just like a really good platform to be able to see that.
It's mostly about community. I love coming every year because I like being surrounded by people who look like me. that's not really like available to me most of the time. And I used to be really scared of it. I don't know, I was scared of being involved because I didn't want to be like seen as weird, I guess. I wanted to like assimilate when I first came out, and now that's like 5 years ago, so I've grown a lot since then. Yeah, it's about finding people who are like me and feeling that sense of like being held, I guess.
Trans people are not the enemy. As much as conservative news outlets and any news outlets will scapegoat us and will use us as a kind of gay fear, satanic panic enemy, we just want to live our lives. We are not taking lesbians away. We are not taking children away. We just want to live our lives. We want to live as trans people. We want to enjoy our lives, and we want to feel our truth. And we're not the enemy. Trans people are not the enemy. The enemy is the conservative government who's taking away money, rights, and they will scapegoat trans people, and they will use trans people as an example of degeneracy. But all we are is people. All I want to do is live my life as a man. I don't see what's so wrong with that.
I don't believe there's news stories. If you are someone that is taken to reading mainstream media, do some research, meet some people outside of your community, try to understand and reflect upon why you maybe feel discomfort and where that's come from, and then start to embrace things that like represent positivity and like love and stuff, and that's basically everything you can see around you as opposed to the hate. If something looks nasty, just walk away from it instead of embracing that kind of toxicity.
It feels overwhelming right now. It feels like maybe you're powerless, but you're not, and you're not alone. And this thing that we're going through right now is a moment in time. And as much as it feels like it's got worse and it's changed for the worse, it will change for the better, because nothing is permanent, and you have a future and you will get there.
Thank you to the community, to the trans community, to the LGBTQIA plus community for being so accepting and like just being so loving, and just the amount of joy that I've personally experienced in the past few months, like being a part of this community, has just been magical. It's such a wonderful feeling, and sending love to everyone.
I just want people to know that what people perceive as tainted is actually the very thing that makes you beautiful. So don't let anyone deter you from being who you are, for striving for what you want to do, for living your authentic creation, because that's all you've got and no one else has that. And if anyone is trying to take that away from you, it's because they're still on their journey and they are trying to figure out who they are, and that has nothing to do with you. Don't adopt their energy. Just keep your own and just watch what will flourish.
And welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed that wonderful film about trans pride as much as we did. That was a really fun day to go down to Pride there to film that, and it's bringing a lot of really good memories back, because we had a huge group that came with us on the day. Some people came in the morning, and then the other people came in the afternoon, and we had a great time. And it's to me, it's a wonderful opportunity for the community to come together. There are so many events out there that are like little pockets of events, and we're the same. We're one of those little pockets of events. But then you see something like that, where you've got some 50,000, 60,000 people who have come to celebrate, and people come in from all across the world. And it's a marvelous opportunity to see just how big the community actually is and what the spirit of the community is, because it's not often that you get to see that. And it's obviously there are pride events, and of course our brothers and sisters on the pride started the ball rolling a very long time ago. But now that we have much more of a voice, and now that we are so much bigger and more visible, now we have our own prides, and those are events. These are massive events. It's like some small little thing. Like, people are coming from all over. So to us, it's amazing to see that. And it was lovely to, I guess, just to even film that film, because we had a pick of a bunch of people, right? We were just grabbing people left, right, and center, going, "Do you want to be in a film? Do you want to be in a film?" Like, Jess had me like running around the place, lining up people, and there were lines of people who wanted to get involved in the film, and that was a joyous. We were knackered, but it was a joyous day. And in fact, you wanted to say that, Jess, about how difficult that day was in comparison to the last one. Do you
Oh my
remember the
God.
last
Yeah,
one?
it's maybe the hardest, it's still maybe the hardest shoot day of my career. The original plan was we'd bought a gazebo, which now lives in your shed, I believe. Um,
Part of it.
Part of it.
Almost.
We'd bought a gazebo, and the idea was we were going to be at the end of the Brighton Pride March. So we'd have people
Mm.
streaming in. We were trying to go for a closed set experience, I guess, by having the gazebo and a solid place a camera was set up. We were told, I think, 4 p.m. the day before the event, that the high winds meant no gazebos and everything was going to be a bit on the back foot. So what was supposed to be a closed set ended up being us interviewing in the crowd of 30,000 people, which is a different experience. I think probably made it a better film at the end of the day. I think being in the midst of everything really gives it a little bit more energy. Um, but yeah, we were sunbeaten and tired, and I think we interviewed. I said in the transjoy Q&A, I said 14 people in one day was too much, and on for Trans Pride we interviewed, I think, 26 people,
Yeah. Actually, I thought the
one
number
after
was
the other.
21, but 26 is
I
even more
think yeah, I
mind-blowing.
think it's
Yeah.
20. I think the full number is 26. Like, yeah, what a day. What an incredible
What
day.
a day. But it was a great day. It was an absolutely great day. And, I mean, like, the first Trans Pride was actually like, Pride has been going since 1972. The first one was in New York in 1972. But when it comes to Trans Pride, it was actually 2004 was the first Trans Pride, which was held in San Francisco, which, nice place to do it. And then the first one in the UK was actually Brighton. And it's funny that Brighton has such an amazing community. It is phenomenal for everybody in the LGBT plus flag. It's a great community, and so their first one was in 2013. So they were the first one in the UK, and then of course London, of course, not to be beaten, now is a very large part of that, and also holds an absolutely wonderful pride. And we go
Which
to
is
both of those events every year. Yeah.
which is a wonderful segue to the fabulous guest we have lined up. Um, Adam, would you do me the honor of introducing yourself, please?
Okay, thank you for having me here. Hello, everyone. I'm Adam. I use they, them, and they, them pronouns. And I have been involved in organising and founding various trans prides over the years, starting off with Trans Pride Birmingham all the way back in 2021 for a 2022 first event. And most recently with Tower Hamlets Trans Pride, which took place 3 weeks ago-ish. But I've been involved in many of them, and as of today, we have 25 across the UK and Ireland.
25, really?
Yes.
And I heard the magic, the Emerald Isle in there. My ears pricked up, of course, on that one as well. Where is it being held in Ireland?
So on the island of Ireland, there is Trans Pride NI, covering, well, typically in Belfast. And there's Trans and Intersex Pride Dublin. There is also Trans Plus Pride Cork and Trans Pride Limerick.
Wow, that's awesome. I'm now going to have to put some extra dates in my diary and go back for that. So wonderful. It's great to see. See what I mean? This is where the community. It's like it's popping up. Not I say popping up, but people are brave enough to get out there now. Back in the early days when it was just, there was no difference between the two. Coming from an Irish perspective in the 90s, I wouldn't go to the trans pride because the police were sitting on the top of the buildings videoing everybody so that they could use it as sort of collateral if you get kicked off, that they could go, "Oh, well, we'll put you on our equivalent of the BBC, which is not nearly as glamorous." But the idea being is that there was a real sort of like anti everything movement at the time, and that's not okay. When I say that's not the case, it is the case for central government for sure. But when you look at how the population is behaving, and when you look at these types of celebrations, and so many people, and people are coming from all over the world from them, it makes a huge difference. But it's that louder voice that we've been talking about this evening. I mean, with what Jess and I are doing here is a very small part. Like what you're doing, Adam, massive. This is like not just a party, but a protest, right?
Very much, and many trans prides have formed for that very reason, going back to the roots of the LGBTQ plus rights movement back in the 60s and 70s, and even before, and being an alternative space and an alternative place for people who are trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming to have a space that is more accessible to them and have a space that is made by the community and for that community. And quite often, especially in larger cities, many people in the trans community have found that like the larger corporate prides that run down the neoliberal capitalist model just are not what is wanted in the community and not representative or accessible for us at all. So yeah, like that's
They've
how
also
many
taken
of
off the
them.
fun out of it.
Yes.
Like the Price was a big party back in the 90s. Now it's just a bunch of corporates in t-shirts walking down the street. You can't have floats, you can't have music, you can't have fun. Like, what's the point, like? At least we're still out there screaming and shouting.
Adam, we met during the filming for What Keeps You Up at Night, which we'll have a little bit of a talk about later. But since we hadn't been introduced to each other yet, I would be really remiss if I didn't ask you the central question of the film. What is trans pride to you?
That is a very good question. And for me, I think trans pride it's two-sided for me. First of all, it's being able to be my authentic self in my way, not dictated to by anybody else on how other people should perceive any aspect of my being, of course, including gender, but anything else. But then I would add on to that trans pride is also being able to make the world a bit safer for my community as well, and being not just active but proactive in connecting people, in putting together campaigns, reclaiming space in the world for our community to make connections happen and to make other people feel just as valid and just as authentically them in a safe environment, as safe as it can be, because of course there is no such thing as a true safe space, because that is completely subjective. But I feel that we all have it in us just to make the world a little bit better. And that, to me, is what trans pride is.
It's such an incredible event. I was trying to explain it to a friend of mine, friend from the group who I won't name. Um, I think she was a little bit nervous about going to London Trans Pride and a little bit hesitant. And I said, just wait, just hold, like show up, you'll enjoy it. And I remember, so I think this was 2023 when we were filming that. I think so. If I remember rightly, super rained out all day. We were all huddled under umbrellas. And just hearing, 30, I think it was 30, 50,000 people, whatever it was, chant, we believe in trans rights and all these wonderful things, it just does something, for me at least, it does something to my heart and my soul almost. And she got it instantly. She was like, "Oh yeah, that's what you were talking about." Like that was the thing. I suppose I have to ask, as someone who's attended so many of these events, do you have like a favorite moment that you can recall, something that you keep with you to this day?
I would not be able to objectively say that I have a particular favourite, just because I've been doing a lot of work in this last year putting together the Trans Pride Collective,
Hmm.
which I will segue onto soon.
Sure.
However, I would say though that especially since the pandemic, there has been a higher focus for trans pride organisers, like people just getting together to put something on. There's been a more localised aspect to this. So, for example, getting out of the big cities or smaller towns are beginning to have trans pride events in like the last couple of years. This year, for example, there were plans to have trans prides in places like Basingstoke, Lincoln, Falmouth, Colwyn Bay in North Wales. So there are a lot more up and coming for smaller, more local communities, and I feel that adds something more special. I feel, not to say that like we made history last year at London Trans Pride. It was the largest trans rights protest in the world to date. Almost 60,000 people on the streets. So don't get me wrong, we do need them big power flexes in our community, but trans people are everywhere, in every town, in every village, and having local connections and local communities to where you can relate to and where you live, I think is really special because it adds that level of nuance to, say, rural living or living in a small town on the Scottish borders is going to be completely different to living in a small town in Kent, for example. So yeah, I think it's really there's that trend that has been since the pandemic of transport becoming more localized, and I do feel it does add more of that community kind of feel to them.
I do have questions for that. We ended up on a hen do of all things at Trans Pride Brighton this year. But I don't think I've been to an event smaller than that. And even then, Trans Pride Brighton is still 40, 50,000 people. Like it's not a small thing by any just in comparison to London, slightly smaller. Um, what are the main differences you see in the small scale events compared to something, as big as London Trans Pride?
The biggest difference that I can see is that every trans pride is different in its own way.
Mhm.
So that that difference can be from what kind of events that the Trans Pride puts on. So obviously Brighton and London have traditionally had like marches, and then there may be like speakers and community fairs and like stalls and that kind of thing as well. But for a lot of the smaller ones, sometimes they can be marches as well, like Trans Pride Nottingham, which was formed in 2024. That was a march through Nottingham City Centre. But then with Trans Pride Birmingham, for example, that was a community picnic. And that's the kind of model that has stuck with Birmingham, just because that worked. It kind of works for that local community. Trans Pride Hastings, for example, is a weekend full of like creative and cultural workshops, and there's a community fair as well. And then with Limerick, that was just taking over a little bit of the uh, the main centre and having speeches and just being together as a community. So yeah, it's not necessarily the scale that I find interesting because it will work in any community. I've seen it myself firsthand. It's more the vibe and the community that comes from that, and I've not been to one or been involved in the trans pride that hasn't had like a warm vibe and people just enjoying and being like essentially just grateful to have that space in a place that's local to them.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, look, we're all in London now, which is, let's be honest, well known to be a very unfriendly city when it comes to saying hi. And when it comes to something like Pride, you can talk to anybody and everybody will talk to you. And you know, just walk up to anybody and that you'll have a chat, and everybody's welcoming and everybody's warm and everybody's in the spirit of things. And I really love that aspect of it, and again, that sort of like just being yourself. And yes, people go, sometimes a little bit bananas, you know what I mean, which is no problem with that. I've done a lot of that in my time as well. And it's just a wonderful opportunity to see people being themselves and to celebrating who they are, and
Yeah.
releasing the fear that sometimes that you have throughout the year, because strength in numbers and all that stuff, it makes a huge big difference, and you really see people letting go, and that growth, what that experience was on that day stays with you. It stays with you for a long period of time, and it gives you, I guess, another foundation to be able to take yourself on your normal day to day to the next level, to the next step. Certainly for me, the very first time I went to London Pride, I don't even remember what year it was. I think it was 2019 or something like that. But I had not transitioned. I was just coming out of the state. When I went to have a look to see what was going on, and I'm like looking around trying to see what's going. Do you know what? It was a bunch of normal people having a wonderful time. That's what I saw. I saw normal life, lots of people being very supportive, lots of cheering, lots of family and friends coming down to support, lots of friends coming out, and just one big party. And that, it had a real lasting impression on me. And I think if I hadn't have had that event, it would have slowed me down quite a lot in my own transition. So you just, even though you're just one person in a very large crowd, you just don't realize the effect that it has on people, the lasting effect, and how people will change their lives based on what's happening. You have to take your hat off to you, Adam, to take on events like this. I do a lot of event management. I know how miserable it is, and it's just amazing, the amount of work, and I know it, the amount of tirelessness and the sleeplessness and the stuff going wrong, and having plan B's and plan C's. And you know yourself, when you've got a pride that size, it's a bit like herding cats. And so it's a challenge, so I have to say hats off and thank you for doing what you do, because it certainly had an effect on me. And I can only imagine that, the thousands of people could come, that there's many people who would say the same thing,
Yeah, on that, I would have to say, what are the biggest sort of challenges and hardships with putting on an event like that? Like, what are the difficulties in your eyes?
I guess the the things that always cross my mind, um, where no matter wherever I'm organising or consulting with a team on putting their own trans pride on, like wherever in the UK or Ireland or even further afield, it is the public discourse and the perception of us as a community, because there's a lot of things at stake when you think about it, especially for people that may not be out to very many people, or people that may be more vulnerable in whatever way in our
Hmm.
community. Um, and because of the rhetoric from the government and the media and TERFs and all manner of very dubious people, um, like about our community having like being public facing in any way, it's a risk for anyone and everyone involved. And I have to make that very aware with like any new teams that are up and coming that reach out to me, in that like you will probably get some like local press coverage because of this. There is a chance that you may be visited by the police at the event, because like with especially if it's protest march, there's no way that you're not going to be dealing with them either officially or unofficially. um and yeah, being able to navigate the public discourse and still put things on in a safer way for the community. As I said, no space will ever be truly a safe space, but we can try and make it safer for people. It's a challenge, and there's a lot of variables. There is a lot that you need to consider, like when you're risk assessing and safeguarding, and especially if your community is a bit more radical, because there are some places where the community is very more grassroots and radical, and rightly so, in my opinion. Um, like there's a lot more considerations that you need to take with, especially the legal side of things. But regardless of that, I have found that there is also a lot of support for us, not just within the broader LGBTQI plus community, but within allies. And I found that, especially the most recent one that I've helped organise in Tower Hamlets, for example, we've received so much support from both local organisations, from leftist organisations across London, to come and provide for our community. And I do feel that a lot of these challenges of the public perception, of our community can be mitigated by engaging with other organisations which are proper allies to our community, who are willing to engage, who are willing to put in the legwork for our community. So yeah, I think understanding the risks involved, but then also utilizing your community, your local community knowledge, is a good way of mitigating some of them risks.
We've come up against very similar issues, albeit on a much smaller scale, I think, as myself and Ray as running the meetup group, but also in the filming side as well. You'll see tonight the only film where non-public figures have a lower third is Transjoy. We sort of let that go after that film. Just on basis of safety and public facing. A lot of the people we interview don't necessarily want to be public facing figures, and I understand that entirely. So don't want to put that in that situation. Also, when it comes to the film we're making next, we're keeping most of our participants anonymous, unless they are a public facing figure for safety reasons, because that's just the environment we're in right now, unfortunately. I never want to end an interview on a down note, so I'm gonna pull the handbrake and turn this car around slightly. Could you tell us a little bit about the events that you've got coming up in 2025?
Okay, so there is a lot going on in 2025. We've already had our very first Trans Pride of the year, which was, as mentioned, Tower Hamlets. The second Trans Pride in the UK and Ireland will be at the end of March, and that'll be Trans Pride Scotland in Kirkcaldy. I'll be there myself. And yes, so we will have almost 30, if not 30, or maybe even more Trans Pride events throughout the year, in 30-ish locations. Another kind of very up and coming thing that I'd like to highlight right now is the Museum of Transology's 10th anniversary exhibition taking place, which will be taking place in a few, it will start next week from the 11th onwards at the Lavery Gallery in King's Cross.
Amazing.
That will be there for 2 months. There is a Trans Pride collection there which I've helped to curate, and with that there will also be some little journals that I've made. No Pride Without Trans Pride.
Amazing.
It's a 40-page booklet just documenting the first 25 Trans Prides. That'll be launching next week as well. But yeah, essentially just if you type in Trans Prides on social media, you'll find loads of them, and we've already got about 12 or 13 confirmed dates over the summer, mostly between May and September. But yeah, just everyone keep your eyes open and see if there's one not like near to where you live, and see when it is.
Yeah.
Where would be good for people to find you?
I am on LinkedIn, so you can just search in Mux Adam Khan, or if you reach out to pretty much any trans pride, I'm sure they may know who I am. So, like, people can do that as well, I guess.
I mean, we will obviously be promoting as everything that we hear of. We will promote. We'll put on our newsletter and we'll send it out and we'll tag
Yeah.
in social media and stuff like that. So, to us, it's a very important thing that go to these prides. Don't leave it up to other people going, oh, well, they don't need me. Actually, right now, we need numbers. We need people to show up. We need people with smiles on their faces, showing that trans joy, showing that trans pride. We need that. Because that's the message that we want to give out, where that we will not be beaten by the nonsense in the press, by people who have never even spoken to us or seen who we are. So no way. And the best thing that all of us can do is to just turn up, to have fun, to be ourselves. And that's when those conversations, that's when people see, oh, hang on a second, these guys are just having a great big party. I mean, it worked for Pride, it'll work for Trans Pride too, right? Biggest party on the planet are always the prides. That's us. That's what we're going to show. And to me, it's a very important step. I didn't get it 15 years ago, but I really get it now. And I have to say, real hats off, Adam, to you and to your crew for organizing all of this and all of the stuff that you're doing. And thank you also to anybody else who's either is starting to run a pride or is thinking of running a pride. Thank you in advance for everything that you were going to do, because you are the trailblazers that really make a difference to how our lives are shaped. So it's a very big thing. That's me.
Amazing. All right. All right, Adam, well, thank you so much for joining us and checking in. We might see you a little bit later on for What Keeps You Up at Night. We're going to move on to our Dear Wes chat. There's so many wonderful people to introduce. If you all want to turn your cameras on and come in now, I'll introduce them one by one. Oh, look at these beautiful people. So in the bottom here, we've got the wonderful Gemma Ralston, producer working on Dear Wes, Susie Green, CEO of Anne Health, Stephanie Lynette, who's also going to be in Dear Wes and is also an organizer of Trans Prides, as we found out in the course of this. And then one more. It'll be Angus Natalie Jones, a camera person who works on the films with us. Welcome all. How are
Perfect
you all
timing
doing?
on the camera guy turning his camera on at the last second. So yeah.
How are you all doing?
Good. All good.
Good, thank you.
Very good. Thanks so much.
Fantastic, fantastic. Gemma, I want to start with you, if only because I think you're kind of the dark horse of this project. You in one campaign video, but have really helped produce all of them. Any time I'm like struggling with a script, you'll get an email at 3 in the morning, which says good morning, which I think is funny, but it's probably not.
I get the email in the morning, so it's actually a nice way to start the day.
Definitely keeping that one in mind. That's a green light. We met working on What Keeps You Up at Night, which we'll show obviously a little bit later. We went through a couple of different ideas for how Dear West was going to materialize. I was wondering, how do you feel about the reaction to the project so far?
I think it's exceptional. I think when you first pitched the idea of Dear West to me, which I think was a 3 a.m. drunken, rage-filled email, I remember thinking how important it was, and that being the thing that made me go, this isn't just important because it is also fun, it's important because it's relevant, it's important because it can be life-changing, and I think it's also really important as a film because it's not just trying to raise awareness, it's actually trying to mobilize people and a community and actually make an impact that is meaningful on the world in a way that isn't just awareness bringing. And I think everybody who has responded to it has intrinsically understood that and intrinsically understood that this is important, but it also is important with a fire in its belly. So that's been absolutely wonderful to see, and also to have my parents turn around to me and say that they are incredibly proud of me for doing this project and stepping up, and me going, oh, thank goodness you are the woke people I thought you were. Yeah, I think the response has been absolutely fantastic, and the fact that the Kickstarter has come to life and we have got the goal and that's all happened. I think that's also when people, especially these days, put their money where their mouth is, that is testament to the importance of this project.
Yeah, I mean, we've done this 4 times already. Dear West will be number 5. I think there is a certain element of, if you build it, they will come, right? Like that's the and even though we have gone crowdfunding this time out, that principle is still kind of the same. And by God, have people come and shown up for this in such incredible ways. I do want to address the Drunken 3am email ever slightly, because it's correct. Um, we'd had a hell of a week when we started doing pre-interviews for the project, so meeting with people like Susie and a few others. That was the week the puberty blocker ban was extended, and every person we talked to was charged and angry, rightfully so. And over the course of a week, we became very charged and angry. Um, yeah, I'm so proud of everyone involved with this film, and so happy it's been so well received. Susie, I think I'm gonna come to you next because obviously with your background, I'd like to hear that from you actually. You've been with the trans community for quite a while now, haven't you?
Yeah, so I first got involved really when my daughter was 6 and I looked up on what was modem-based internet at that point. I'm not going to say how many years ago that was, but I was looking for some help because my daughter had, she told me she was a girl a couple of years before, but then she asked me when she would have the operation, and I was just really struggling, and I couldn't find anything. And I went online and typed in, my son wants to be a girl, and Mermaids was one of the websites that came up. I think the other one was the Beaumont Trust. And I made a call, and sort of like that was the start of it all. I became involved with Mermaids as a parent, then as a trustee, then chair. And then at the beginning of 2016, I became the first ever member of staff as the CEO of Mermaids, and was with them until November 2022. So yeah, I've got a long history of working in the charity sector, supporting trans families, particularly trans youth and their families. And then obviously since then, a brief stint at Gender GP before starting Anne Health, which is where I am now currently co-director with Lizzie Jordan. So yeah, I've got over 2 decades of working for and representing trans kids and their families.
I suppose the immediate question that comes to mind there is, how have you How has the outlook and position on trans youth in general changed over that time, for good or bad, you think?
To start off with, there was nothing. So when I was looking for resources, information, etc., when my daughter was 6, which is obviously over 20 years ago, there was really nothing that I could find out there. There was next to nothing. And the only representation of trans people was pretty horrible. And it was only of trans women, trans men, non-binary people just weren't even in the perception in the public frame at all. But it was not good. So it was really hard actually trying to work out what was going on, what kind of future she would have, what I could do to help her, how I could support and navigate what was obviously for her and for us as her family a really difficult time in terms of what to do for the best for her. Then things got better, and I think understanding of trans people got better and better, and sort of over the course of the years, more understanding, there was more resources available, additional organizations popped up to provide support and information. And then I'd say about 6-7 years ago, things started to turn around and go in a more negative direction. Again, we'd kind of got to the point where trans people were treated with respect. There was a lot more protections in place, more organizations supporting, there was more respect across the board. Healthcare had started to go in the right direction. And then things started just to roll back, and the perception started to change, and a really negative slant from media began to emerge, and the hit pieces started. And I think I remember in 2016, just after I became CEO of Mermaids, the first hit piece by the Times was put out against mermaids. And at that point, it was something really unusual to see something nasty in the press written about either a charity supporting trans people or trans people themselves, to the point where we're at now in 2025, where last year I think saw the most negative articles written about trans people ever. And when you look at the fact that the trans population makes up around 1% of the population, there's more stories being written than there are trans people, which is like, it's unbelievable to me that literally every trans person, if you counted out the number of stories that have been written about trans people and the articles and media articles, TV, everything else, each trans person in the UK has probably got one trans piece that could be, per person. And for a tiny percentage of people, that's obscene.
Yeah. One piece of positive news I saw, Stephanie, when we started the conversation for the film, it was because of the article that you appeared in, talking about your experiences. I was wondering if you could share a little bit of that with the group here today.
Yeah, of course. And thank you so much for having me as well to kind of come on and talk about this. But so I started my transition pre-teen. So I started conversations about transitioning when I was 9, 10, 11, began my social transition at 12, started going through the NHS system, going through the Laurels in Tavistock and Portman. I became the first child in my county to transition through secondary school. So I was very much utilised as somewhat of a learning curve. And I think in recent years, I am no longer a trans youth. I am a former trans youth, current trans adult. But for me, the reason that I spoke so openly about that is because I accessed that, life-saving, gender-affirming care. My capacity to transition as a preteen, then teenager, then adolescent, I wouldn't be here without the work of some of the brilliant people, at Mermaids, at Tavistock and Portman, at the Laurels, at UCLH, people who had developed this care over years and years and years. And so when the ban was announced and when those sorts of rumblings began, I guess I wanted to not only support the current trans youth, but also remind former trans youth that by erasing, you know, the current cohort, they're inherently trying to backdate the fact that the people who transition as youth and people who have that journey are somehow less entitled to their healthcare, less entitled to their identity, to who they might be. And so, you know, writing that article was a beautiful thing because I also got to do it with my lovely mum, who the Lynette from Stephanie Lynette comes from. She was a very active support in my transition. And what was lovely is it was just myself and my mum talking to a journalist and sharing quotes about how important puberty blockers were to my journey and how important coming out when I was younger was to my journey, and how positively being able to transition without the imminent weight of puberty affected me as a human being. And that's kind of, you know, that's my journey with that. But outside of that, I also, you know, I'm a current trans healthcare worker. When I was transitioning, I didn't meet anyone else working in healthcare who was trans. And so, you know, I've now had the opportunity to change that. I've worked in heritage. I'm one of the, you know, event managers for London Trans Pride. So I seem to have made my gender identity my entire identity. But yeah, it was a really important time, I think, to try and put out trans joy, because as Susie rightly said, there is at least one article for every trans person who is currently existing in the, you know, and so being able to put out trans joy in any capacity and defend it from a joyful place, from a, you know, puberty blockers saved my life, puberty blockers were the answer for me, transitioning young helped me so much, like changing the narrative slightly from being damning to being celebratory was a great opportunity.
Nat, I want to bring you in here also. You have been sort of a member of the TMW crew from the beginning. We worked on Transjoy, and you've been a little part of every film since. I was wondering what it means to you to be part of this group and whether you had a favorite moment of working with us.
Interesting.
I've
Okay.
told no one the questions I'm about to answer because I think it's funny to me. But it has put a few people on the spot.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously I've kind of it feels strange how Susie was saying that, like, about 6, 7 years ago, the narrative in things like the media just took this kind of rapid dip. That is around the time as well that I kind of began coming out about my own gender identity. So, and you know, when I was younger, in like my early teens, adolescence, and that, um, I I saw like trans representation on like social media, and I felt like, again, kind of like how Susie was saying, it was kind of pretty much all trans femme, trans women related. So working with like trans matters worldwide has felt it's kind of added to a sense of um a kind of wildness in the way that, you know, my gender identity was always something that was such a very sensitive topic that I was so, you know, secretive about, and it's got that kind of real personal element to it. Um, so to then be kind of working on a film set to promote like trans inclusion, like we're just people, that sort of thing, all the while the government's attacking us and, you know,
Yeah, it
people like
does
Elon
feel very
Musk
counterculture in that way, doesn't it?
exist. Yeah, it's just quite like, wow, okay, this is happening. and yeah, it's hard to kind of, I think,
okay.
yeah, sorry.
No, okay.
Someone has just said on the chat there, surprise questions are the best questions, because you get that immediate reaction, and I think that's it. But I think that duality that we're seeing at the moment is such a big part. But that's why this is even more important now than it's ever been. It's as Susie said, like the undoing of all the hard work, and a lot of it hers. With all of the people around that have been working tirelessly for generations. As somebody said to me, I think it was about a year or two ago, and that was when it wasn't as bad as it is now. That trans rights are now where 30 years ago gay and lesbian rights were. Well, we're going backwards in time. It's now 40 years. With what has happened in the last year or two, not just here but in the United States, it's absolutely nonsense. And the thing about it when it comes to children, it's easy to pick on kids because they're not given a voice. They're not given the ability to say what they want. They're not listened to. There are laws, but those aren't upheld because they don't have the ability to fight like adults do. And so it's really easy to pick off people who are more or less defenseless. And that in itself is just absolutely enraging. That everything, when you look at every other part of society, it's all about, oh, the children, let's help the children, let's support the children. But in this one, the complete opposite is the truth. And it's like, where is this coming from? Why are you demonizing children for just being who they are? Where did this come up? Where did this come into your head that this was acceptable? Are not all children individuals? Why are you picking on these ones who have the hardest time as it currently is? I mean, being a child can be a very cruel thing. If you have, you're the wrong height, or you're the wrong weight, or you have red hair or buck teeth or whatever, you're going to get picked on anyway. But to have this forced upon you, and then to what the puberty block is a massive one, but then allowing adults to add to the bullying in the schools at the same time, like who is it that is that mad to think that that's a good way forward? Like what's wrong with people that they think that that's it? Would you treat your child like that? The obvious answer is no. So why, just because it's not your child, you feel you have the right to demonize? What? Yeah, surely we're better than this. Are we not better than this?
On
Off ranting again, but
no problem at all. On that though, Jam, I was wondering what are some of the bigger challenges we face with making this film, you think? Keeping it in that lane.
I think one of the things that I'm incredibly aware of is with this film, what makes it different from the other films that we've made is that this isn't raising awareness. It is doing that, but at its absolute core, it is turning around to the leaders of our country and calling them out. And calling out a bully, calling out someone in power, calling out a CEO is dangerous enough. Calling out the leader of your country, we're now playing on a different stage. So I think one of the challenges that I'm incredibly aware of and that I'm really passionate about and that I keep pushing you, Jess, on thinking about and pushing the boundaries on is there is a gravitas to what we're doing. There are potential consequences to what we're doing. And I think everybody who's part of this team knows that and is at peace with that because we're in it for the fight, right? And so that's an interesting challenge. And within that, there are nuances of how do we speak to these people? How do we play with them on their stage? One of the conversations that Jess and I have often is also, and this extends out of just politicians, but to society in general, is we have the potential stage with this incredibly important conversation and call to action to speak to a much wider group of people than just our community, just the allies of our community.
Yeah.
But we are potentially here able to get onto giant news broadcasts platforms. And so one of the challenges and the things that I'm constantly challenging Jess on is, how can we be presenting this narrative in a way that A, doesn't shut people's ears off immediately because, oh, here they go shouting again, and is intriguing and encourages empathy and stops people in their tracks and gets them to think. Because I think that's one of the hardest things that we as communicators, as activists have. It's an incredibly hard challenge, especially when the people who push hate speech are so masterful at convincing people of their BS, right? So how can we be challenging that? How can we be making it accessible? So I think those are the two big challenges that are also incredibly exciting as sort of people, as activists, but also as filmmakers and communicators, is how do we go sensibly into battle with people who are masters at what they do and who don't want to listen to us? How do we play them at their own game? And for me, that is a wonderful, exciting challenge.
It is a very exciting challenge, and I'll second what you're saying in there. And I have to say, it's easy for people to convince the ignorant because they have nothing else to use as evidence. And what is very important to me, I don't want to fight anybody, but I do want to educate. Right, we've got to turn the Wesses of the world into allies. That's where things need to be done here. And to me, the way to do that is, I would love to see this guy respond. Let's see, but even still, it's not him that I'm talking to. It's not him that we are talking to. It's everybody else. And you made a point there about, oh, these politicians and people in power. They're only in power because we put them there. That's us who did that. And leaders of the world, nonsense. You're a temporary employee. That's what you are. We get to change who you are every few years, and sooner if we can get the crowd together. And what these guys do is they think that this is where everybody's thinking, because nobody's putting this on the agenda. Nobody's talking to their MPs. No one's talking to the local councillors. Nobody's doing this. And getting this message out there, it's not really for Wes or for his team. It's for the people around the world to stand up to these guys and put this on the agenda to stop this hate, because these guys, these temporary employees, they want to be re-employed next time. And it's not going to happen if your country is not behind you, if the people will not vote for you. And we have that ability to get that message across, and anybody who watches it has the ability to spread that message. And it's not what we do, it's what everybody else does on the back of what we've done. That's where the power is. It's not the politicians who have the power. It's us that have the power. We've got to realize we already hold the power. Let's exercise it. This is the big thing.
On that point, Susie, given everything you do with Anne Health, I was wondering how the puberty blocker conversation being the way it is and everything that's happening on the legal side of things, how has that affected your work specifically?
Well, we had to stop and think about what we were doing and ensure that the support that we were giving people was strictly within the letter of the law, whilst also being really clear that we totally disagree with what the government is doing, and working out a way to continue to support people so that kids can get what they need, so that they're not suddenly left in a position where they're being forcibly detransitioned against their will, and to do so in a legal fashion, in a legal way that doesn't put them at risk of prosecution, or their families at risk of prosecution. The thing that really that's really frustrated and frankly incensed everybody who is part of the team is that this has caused so much harm. It's caused so much distress. It's caused families to literally be placed in a position where parents feel that they feel like they're turning into criminals. The conversations that I've had have been full of despair, frankly, as people have sat there and gone, all I am doing is supporting my child. All I am doing is listening to my kid and respecting them and allowing them to express themselves. And that has had huge benefits for their self-esteem, the way that they work, with their peers, the way that they manage to get into school, the way that their friendship group works. And now I'm being told that what I'm doing is placing my child at risk and that I should be stopping doing this, but I know that stopping it will actually put them at a much greater risk. And that there's, to talk about the risk of suicide and self-harm is constantly demeaned. Oh, it's not going to happen. It's not this. And even that stupid report that was basically knocked up in 10 minutes flat to say there is no evidence of this. I'm seeing the evidence day in, day out. I'm talking to parents who are desperately trying to hide from their children the lengths that they are having to go to keep them safe and to keep giving them access to the medication that they need. But also what it's doing is it's forcing people down unsafe routes, people who aren't with us, for it may be financial reasons, maybe they don't know we exist, whatever, but people who haven't accessed the support that we can, they're going down unsafe routes. They're giving their children medication they shouldn't be on unless they're really carefully monitored, or they're starting them on cross-sex hormones maybe earlier than they would have chosen to if they'd have had the proper pathway and being able to follow that without fear of being prosecuted. So yeah, how has it affected our work? Well, we've just had to work harder and smarter and just be very, very sure that we're doing the right thing in a legal way that doesn't put families at risk, but also ensuring that families are very aware of the care that they're getting and making sure that what they're getting stands up if anybody comes knocking on the door. And unfortunately, we're seeing families reported to social services by the new service providers as well as CAMs, as well as school nurses, as well as anonymous reports sent in a malicious manner. So it feels like a bit of a witch hunt, and we're trying to be here not only for the medical side and for the clinical and the support side for the medical pathway, but also as a not-for-profit, as an advocate, as an ally, and to help people to navigate what is a really difficult time as safely as they can, because if they don't, the impact on their kids is profound.
It really is. And you were saying there about people putting in anonymous statements and reports and stuff, and that's the thing. If you're going to say something, stand up and say who you are and stand behind and provide some evidence as to what it is that you're actually saying. Don't think that you can just hide and just say whatever you want. That's nonsense. Everything has shown, there's loads of studies on this. The evidence is in opposition, complete opposition to what is being fed by the government. And not just from here. I mean, we are obviously on the UK side of things here. This has global ramifications. This is not just us. This is going everywhere. And after the Cass report, where the American Medical Association literally stands up and goes and literally says that it is a dangerous intrusion of the government into practices of medicine and criminalizing of healthcare decision making. In other words, what do you think you're doing? You are not a qualified doctor. You're not a qualified clinician. Why are you even involved in this conversation in the first place? You have no right. You have no expertise. You are just whipping away. Soon enough, somehow or other, we're all going to be criminals in one form or another. And then what? Once we're all criminals, what's the next stage? There has to be some reform, but it's not a question of, for me, lobby the government if you want. It's lobby the people. Get the people to make the changes, because that's how it's done. We've got to stand up for the power that we've got. We seem to have forgotten that we are the ones who control this. And I'm not willing to sit and accept what somebody else says who's never met us, who's got no expertise and no knowledge. No way. Somebody said in the comment there, how will you stop you being silenced? Do you think you can silence us? Do you think you can? Give it a go. We're here.
Stephanie, I have to ask, I transitioned when I was 28. I was way out of the catchment area for puberty blockers by that point. But given everything that's happening in the country at the moment, it must be, I think, particularly jarring and difficult to look at, knowing how much they've affected your own life, right? Like that's where my head goes at the very least.
No, I mean it is jarring, and I think that, you know, we touched on something really important earlier where we spoke about how people hide behind the anonymity of children because children aren't often given a voice for themselves, and it was the same thing in the 1950s and 60s with the introduction of integration, in the 70s with women's lib, in the 80s with sexual health, in the 90s with different religious studies. You know, it was all, well, what about the children? What about the innocence of the children? It's never been about the innocence of the children. It's been about bigots hiding behind the innocency of children because they cannot defend themselves. And so for myself, I think the thing that's most jarring is that these decisions have been so clearly made by people who are not only not qualified to make these decisions, who are not only unelected people who've been put into power by a new PM, because we don't elect the health minister, they are elected by the government that has been put through. I think the thing that I find most jarring is how few conversations have actually happened with people with this lived experience, is how few people Hilary Cass has sat down with who have been through puberty blockers, whose parents have been through that journey with them, how it affected their families and their siblings and their education and their journey. And I think for me, the thing that I find most jarring, I get very passionate about it because obviously it's my life, it's part of my journey, but so few parents of trans youth, former trans youth, current trans youth, actual practitioners who have been developing this healthcare, which is still used for cisgendered children much more than it was ever used for transgender children. They haven't been involved in this conversation. There are not trans people at this table having this discussion. I think the thing that's most jarring for me is it's so clearly a decision that has come from ignorance, and they're hiding that ignorance behind the innocence of children because children cannot stand up for themselves. I think that's what I find most jarring, is that they're trying to excuse their ignorance by disguising it as we're here to protect the children.
Can I just say something? I don't think it's ignorance. I actually 100% feel this was deliberate from the very beginning. This is bigotry, and it's been touched upon by ministers that it was a deliberate act, that excluding trans people from the cast review was a deliberate act, that setting up the cast review in the way that it was without trans people as any part of the group was a deliberate act. The fact that they've put a pediatrician in control of this who has never treated a single trans person, it's like, would you do a review on diabetes service without having diabetes doctors involved? Of course you wouldn't. Would you do a review on heart surgery without having cardiologists involved? Of course you wouldn't.
Yeah.
And yet the excuse is that you can't have trans people involved in the cast review because that would bias it. Well, that again just shows such a huge cis bias.
Yeah.
That a trans outcome is a poor outcome, and that's what we've got to try and avoid. And this came from bigotry. It wasn't about ignorance. This was done deliberately. The outcome of the cast review was clear before it was even done.
Yeah.
That's my belief. It was set up deliberately to have the outcome that it has.
And they've made updates to it since that have largely been unreported in just December, where they've made it even worse again.
Yeah.
Nat, to close us out here, we, as well as being a sort of member of our team, you're also quite an avid member of the Trans Kids Deserve Better community, helping them out with their demonstrations, and you've been our link to them. I have to say, for the record, such an incredibly wonderful group who have helped us massively, not just over this campaign, but the work they're doing is incredible. I was wondering, Nat, over the time you've supported them and with everything that's happened in the legal side of things, what has the what has the mood and the vibe of those demonstrations become, you think? Another
Another really
surprise
good.
question.
Yeah, another really good question. Um, I mean, when I went to the NHS rooftop one, which was the first one, when I got there, I'd heard that some people had been the night before, and but when I'd got there, I was kind of like one of very few people there, and personally, I felt really kind of like angry at it. So I feel as if the rest of the people that were there throughout the Sunday and Monday that I went were very much kind of like on that same wavelength. Because what the NHS has done, you know, going off this blood-stained CAS report and that, it is infuriating, especially when, you know, those teenagers are they're taking the first wave of impact with like what's recently coming out. Um, and me, I'm like 24, and so, you know, I it wasn't too long ago that I was, you know, a trans teen myself. Um, so I think everyone, yeah, was very at the NHS, very kind of there was this atmospheric anger, and then when I was at the Department for Education one, I feel like it was just that turned up. Like it felt more angry to me, and also more spirited because some of the people who were there at the Department for Education occupation were also there at the NHS one. So little communities were kind of already forming, and it was, I mean, the trans population being only 1%, I feel like the community's quite tight anyway. Um, but yeah, it just felt, you know, things like at the Department for Education and Occupation, there was like a drag show one evening. There was like hot food. Mumro Bergdorf turned up at one point just before I got there one day. There was like a tent thing, marquee, and people were doing like art making, badge making underneath. So it was really quite sort of like a little kind of festival was happening. Um, and so it was kind of like love and rage, as the trans plus protests often say. Like it was just that was the vibe, love and rage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely how I felt. We went to interview a few of them for the Department of Education demonstration. And I maybe, you know, to a certain extent naively came away and said, you know, oh, like quite literally, I think the kids are going to be okay. Like they had such like good heads on their shoulders and they were so on it. And yeah, there was anger there, but it was so righteously angry. And it was so well measured, I thought as well, in a way that really took me by surprise. You know, I couldn't imagine being that turned on and on it at that age. I just didn't have that in me at the time. Yeah, I'm incredibly proud of them in general and proud to be working with them on this film. It's going to be incredible, I think. I will say we are way over time, as is always the way of these things, but very happily so. This was a really cool chat, and thank you all very much for coming. Susie, Stephanie, Nat, and Gemma. I'm all going to see you all in person in a few weeks when we actually make the film itself. Really looking forward to that. Do keep in touch in between. But thank you so much for coming tonight.
Yes,
Really
thank
means
you
a
Very
lot to me.
much for having
And
us.
can I
Yeah,
say,
thank you for having
not
me.
just thank you for coming tonight, thank you for what you were all about to do.
Yeah.
Thank you for standing up and putting your face like literally there, because that's the thing that makes the difference. And making the film and then the reaction to the film, and we know we're going to get a reaction. That's all right. Bring it on, you know.
And equally, just sorry to interrupt, but equally, thank you to Trans Matters Worldwide for opening up the space for us to put our faces out there and for us to stand and take this opportunity. You know, I think there's an equal thanks to everybody involved for opening up that space as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you want to roll the next film, but can I just say that all of this was based on the back of a Kickstarter? Shall we tell people what we've done?
I'm happy to talk about the Kickstarter. Very happy to talk about the Kickstarter.
So we've had a Kickstarter running so that we could make this film, because this film is going to be very different to anything that we've made before, and it requires a lot more time, attention, sets, travel, different cameras, like loads of stuff that we've frankly never done before. So I mean, Jess has, but like in this scenario for like a Trans Matter film, Jess is a very seasoned filmmaker. But in order to do that, the other ones we all just kind of funded ourselves as we went along. But this, in order to do this and to give it, as everybody said, the gravitas that it requires and the level of professionalism that it required a pretty large budget, and a larger budget than we've ever had to come up with. And that's where, again, Jess's brilliant brainwave of the Kickstarter came in. And the budget for that originally was 8,283, a very precise figure that you came up with there, Jess, for that.
I'm very good at budgeting.
But of course, Jess has been working tirelessly over the last couple of months to reach that figure, and it was only in the last 36 hours that we got there.
Late last night we crossed.
Late last night, right? Okay.
The boundary,
so the figure now, and by the way, we're still open for donations, by the way, because we can make it better and better and better the more that we get. Well, so at the moment our figure stands at 8,727.
Amazing.
Just as a quick note, that just before I jumped onto this live stream, we were at 805. We were at 8,507. So thank you to everybody who's just raised an extra 200 in the last 300 numbers in the last half an hour.
Maths.
There you go.
Maths.
Yeah.
No,
that's Jess's job.
More than just, you know, the last few hours, anyone who's donated over the whole course of the campaign, you have my entire heart. You know, we made this, like everything we've made to a certain extent, we did it on spec in the hope that you would come and the hope that you would show up. And, you know, overwhelmingly you have, not just in terms of donations, the amount of messages the positive messages I get every week. You know, it's such an incredible community. I'm so grateful to be able to do this. It's an incredible thing.
Brilliant.
Okay. Kickstarter plugged. We're going to now play our third film. What is Gender Dysphoria? I think it is I love the film so much. Almost for the opposite reason of What is Transjoy. Whilst What is Transjoy was the easiest film we've ever made, Gender Dysphoria probably the most difficult, just in terms to edit and put together. But what we ended up on, I'm really proud of. And when we come back, we're going to talk with Kay Payne and Alex Collins, who were in the film. So thank you all for sticking around, and I'll hopefully see you after the next one. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
No, I cannot really say. I didn't really know that many trans stories, that many queer stories, to help me name what was happening. At a point where I was just looking at myself, where I was just with me and I did not have anybody from outside commenting, it was not a painful moment. It was curious, interesting. It became painful when I was hearing from people words like, "You look so beautiful." And I felt like shouting, "Me? Who? That creation that you're seeing, that is not me. Please do not put that to me." And
moments where I felt like crying and crumbling was when people started to use the words that make my skin crawl. Like, you always look so feminine, and that even now I'm like a bit disassociating. So I'm just, I think, describing it and thinking about it as if this interesting person that I know a little bit of, but it doesn't fully feel like mine, I think.
I suppose that's a difficult question because different days it can feel different to me. One day it can feel like I'm never going to reach where I want, or that I'm never going to be comfortable with myself. I'm always going to just hate myself and feel something's wrong. But there can be other days as well where I'll have a mix of imposter syndrome, and that can, I feel like I'm being completely fake. People will just suddenly come out and say I'm fake and that I've just been tricking myself and tricked everyone else, and that will cause a lot of dysphoria for me as well. Sometimes it can be silly little things, like I think the other day my hair looked terrible and stuff like that, and I just wasn't feeling very feminine, and I really hated that. Or sometimes I could compare myself to other trans women or other women in general and think I just look nothing like that and I'm never going to, and it's just then a feeling of like hopelessness and thinking, why am I doing this and am I ever going to get there?
Gender dysphoria for me is fear. It's a fear of looking in the mirror and worrying that, you know, how I present and how I feel don't align, a fear of going out and being misgendered, a fear of feeling invalid or, you know, not good enough. Yeah, it's all fear for me.
So, hyper-awareness, I guess, of myself. I think that's probably the most pronounced feeling of, you know, particular aspects. I think almost the feeling that those aspects sort of colonize the rest of me, and, you know, you sort of get narrowed down to facial hair or having a flat chest or something like that doesn't feel correct or right. That narrowness sort of takes over the whole of the rest of your experience in a situation.
So gender dysphoria to me feels like inner turmoil, inner chaos, inner discourse, feeling quite emotionally disorganized, if that makes sense. Again, if I go back to witnessing my peers live the gender that I wanted to feel like, it was a constant exclusion and jealousy, I would say, if I'm being honest. I was always quite jealous of the girls that were suddenly, you know, their shapes would start to change, and, you know, it was always huge jealousy and massive turmoil internally. I would never bring it out. But yeah, that's how I would say the dysphoria feels. Chaotic, turmoil, disconnection.
I think if you boil it down, uncomfortable is the biggest word, but in like a million different ways. Obviously there's the really obvious, I personally don't particularly like my chest, and if I'm feeling a day where you can see it a little bit more, or I've worn my binder for too long and my ribs hate me and I need a minute off, that's feeling like your body doesn't fit you is a massive feeling in a million different ways. Also, the more like social side of it, being seen and often like lumped in with a group of people that you don't necessarily think you belong with, or being treated in a certain way. And obviously there's the big thing at the moment about like pronouns. I love to use they, them pronouns. Not everyone's going to respect that, and I understand that, but there's obviously a feeling when someone doesn't or slips up, there's a feeling of uncomfortableness and just generally being misunderstood.
I mean, I wouldn't say I always manage it well. I have sort of spirals of bad moments, and sometimes just isolating is kind of necessary if it's really, really bad, when that's in fact possible, which it isn't always. But when I think in a better place. I think talking to certain trusted people who can sort of re-anchor me, getting a sense of that project, I think seeing it as a process of, as I say, becoming myself and actually seeing it as a journey can help a lot in terms of those moments where it feels like not enough has happened. I think seeing things in sort of static terms of, you either are or aren't where you want to be is a real trap with dysphoria. I think dysphoria is naturally prone to very static, narrow, sort of atomized thinking.
I just try a lot of self-validation. I kind of be kind to myself and remind myself that, the transition is a process. It's called a transition for a reason. All the good stuff isn't going to happen overnight. And so it's just about trying to remind myself to appreciate those euphoria moments when they come and remind myself that the bad moments aren't going to stick around forever.
Another thing I do is I might chat to my friends and just ask, say, I just need some gender affirming. And they will just help and just be really supportive, and then that will make me feel better and make me feel like, yes, this is right, and I've got people who accept me and they see me as I see myself.
I draw, or I go for a coffee, go to the cinema. Just do something to take my mind off stuff, so I don't have to think about what I'm dealing with.
I avoid looking myself in the mirror as the number one thing. I used to cover up the mirrors in my house, just so I can avoid looking at myself. Yeah, and then just kind of closing myself off. I work from home, so that kind of helps, but also it's a bad thing at the same time. Yeah, I kind of just retreat into my own shell.
To a certain extent, I would say there are things that make it easier. There are things out there. There are baggy clothes. There are binders. You can surround yourself with people that understand you, and I'm very lucky to have people in my life that do understand where I'm coming from, and you can kind of put yourself in a bubble of just seeing those people for a few days or being comfortable. But I think that my dysphoria, I'll speak for everyone at all, it's like a very personal and a you thing, and it is part of you, so you can distract yourself all you want, but it's still there to some level all the time, like a constant. It kind of comes and goes in like waves in a sort of way, but it's still there in some way all the time.
This sort of journey for me has been a long and steady one, to be honest. So when I was about 22, I decided, okay, I'm going to start growing my hair and become more feminine and stuff. And as time's gone on and I have changed and being on hormones and stuff, I actually find looking back at old pictures of when I was living as a boy highly therapeutic, because I get to compare who I was to who I truly am now. When I'm feeling, I get like a bit of a gender dysphoria wobble every now and again, and I feel, oh God, I feel a bit weird. I then will take some time and look at old pictures, make a video and all that stuff, and it becomes, like I said, really therapeutic, because I get to see the amazing transformation that I've done all on my own. Nobody's helped me do that, I've done it. A moment of dysphoria turns into a moment of pride.
Look, I know who I am. I feel very happy with who I am. And really, it's that permission of allowing myself to be who I am and just going, this is who I am. If you don't like it, frankly, fuck off. I don't need your permission. And stopping myself from requiring somebody else's approval. I don't feel I ever needed it on the outside, but I think probably on the inside I did. And I've let go of that. So I feel very much more self-sufficient in who I am, that I don't require anybody's help. I'm good enough on my own.
It's similar because each person, yes, experiences dysphoria separately, but then it's also quite amazing how many things are similar and how you go to someone, yeah, I've had that, or you can just completely relate. And I think that can build such a strong bond that I don't think cis people can really ever get. You just really understand what the other person's been through, because you can have I can have other friends and family who can say they support me, but unless they're trans themselves, they really just don't understand on the same level. So I think to have someone who's actually been there to tell you, yes, things get better, yes, you can get through this, and I felt better afterwards, it's just a reason to keep going.
People don't necessarily feel very safe in a lot of other medical settings. So I think we see a lot of stuff that would probably manifest in a GP surgery or a mental health space if that was where people felt comfortable, but it's not at the moment. Like around when Brianna Gray died, the appointments around that were really sad. Because you could see how it was like affecting people when they came in. That's probably part of the illness. You really see how people can be affected by external things, or even by how they're feeling, especially if they feel like things aren't progressing in the way that they want it to, or things aren't going as fast as you would maybe want. And it's very difficult to try and talk people through that, because I can't make things go faster as much as I wish I could. Like there is just a time frame that things take. But the problem with that is so individualized for everyone. I don't really have answers when people ask me that, and I know that's what people want, and it's finding a good way to phrase it that doesn't feel like I'm fobbing off their queries.
What makes you happy? Where you feel you're at ease, where you can look at yourself and think, you know what, I'm happy in this body. And for that, it's very different, like it is for a cis individual. You know, I remember when I was 18, I was called all kinds of names. I was a big girl. It wasn't very nice. I wouldn't have had that euphoria about my body then, you know. But everyone is different, and we all identify differently. And what we try and do is enable patients to get to their happy place, where they can get on with their lives, where they can become confident and happy where they are. We know the definition for gender dysphoria. I think a lot of people don't quite understand that it's when the physical body doesn't align with someone's gender identity. So your gender identity is here. It doesn't mean the physical body is going to reflect that. And that's where the dysphoria comes in, where there's a disconnect for patients. You know, so our job is in, you know, aligning their gender identity with the physical body. It's up to every patient to decide where they want to go, how far along this line, because the euphoria is in finding your happy place.
It takes a long time to make peace with yourself, and that's where the euphoria starts to come in. And it's not like you're jumping around and dancing, maybe some people do, but I didn't. But it was just a scenario of the confidence increased, my knowing of myself, my steadiness in myself, you know, how I behaved around other people. It's not that I changed personality, but I became more confident, I became stronger, I stood up for myself more. And that comes from that confidence of, you know, just being allowed to, giving yourself permission to be who you actually have always been. It's never a question that you were stepping into new shoes. They were always there. It's just, would you wear them? I started using they, them pronouns in 2017, and the first time that I heard my friends use them was incredible. I felt so light, I felt so happy, I felt very like full, and even at the time I knew that wasn't the end of my journey. It was still such a validating moment for me, that's something that I hold on to very dearly. And I've had lots of moments like that since. I'm very lucky too. And I came out as trans a month before my 3rd wedding anniversary, and my wife got me a World's Best Husband cup, and that was a moment of tears. I will admit there were some tears in that moment, but that's also just a really visceral euphoria moment for me as well. It's something that I think about when I'm having a bad day, to be honest. I suppose it just feels like a light that starts in the center and it just grows as you sort of revel in the feeling, and it finds all of the little dark places, and it finds all of the places that don't have anything, and it just makes you just feel a lot more complete, I suppose. It sort of fills in the gaps and tethers things together that maybe we're just a little bit floating around. Almost an exploding, but not in a bad way. That kind of feeling.
I think it's more peace. I think it's more peace in who I am. You know, when I look in the mirror, I see myself looking back at me, and I never used to have that. I always said, look, the only thing I ever want is to look on the outside how I feel on the inside. That's it. There's nothing more complicated about this. And I feel I've achieved that. And so when I look at that, it's more a sense of satisfaction that I got there, and that, you know, that there was a lot to learn along the way, but I've taken all of that with me, and all of that has made me a stronger, better, wiser person.
I remember the moment when I thought, okay, this is what I need to do. And it was America's Next Top Model. Like, I know it sounds really cheesy, but I remember seeing the girls on there and thinking, oh, they're just so beautiful, and that's how I want to be. And so from then, I lost all of my gymnast weight, my muscle, that all went, and then I grew my hair and stuff. I've been on the fence about gender hormone therapy for about 10 years. When I was tipsy, I could talk about it. When I wasn't, I couldn't talk about it. The pandemic hit, we had a lot of time at home, and that's when it really came out really strong. And the way I describe it is like a pan of boiling water. And that pan of boiling water, it would come to a boil about me wanting to do this, and I'd get really scared and turn the gas off, and I wouldn't do it. But over the pandemic, I had nothing keeping me busy. So that boil became a big simmer. And as fate would have it, I stumbled across a trans girl called Sammy's Vanity on Instagram, and she showed a video of her as a boy to now, and I was like, it literally hit me like that. I thought, that's me, and I just burst out crying, and that's when I thought, I'm gonna do it.
The second I walked out of the GP's office, having told the very first person, I was just like, right, this is it, this is where I'm going. That first thing is to go to the GP. So before I told anybody else, I went to the GP and I had a conversation with the GP, which I had to go back twice because I told the nurse first, and she was like, you don't tell me. So I had to go back and make another appointment with the doctor, but then I did that. But once I came out of that, I was like, that's it, I've walked through that door now. I've walked through that door. Now it's just a question of just following your nose and keeping going. You've done the hardest bit, which is to admit it out loud for the first time.
I mean, there's loads of little moments, I guess, more than like one big one for me personally, that I'm like, that was it. And I think that very much at my age, obviously people discover things later on and whatever. I think I'm very much in like a transition moment. Not completely, I think that my identity is my identity, but I know that in 2 years' time I'll probably look very different and act very different to how I am now. But loads of little moments, like the first time I had a binder on, the first time I discovered the sort of clothes that I wanted to wear. I grew up in musical theatre really, which is a very gendered environment, I would say. People are very hyper femme and people are masculine, and I kind of think men can get away with being a bit more femme, but the way that I've seen it is that girls were I never really had anyone that looked a bit different. And I remember going to uni for the first time and being away from that group of people and discovering who I was more, and the outfits fitted more, and kind of being allowed to be more myself. I think those couple of months felt very euphoric.
My mum used to like hide some of her clothes in my wardrobe because there wasn't enough space. And I think maybe 12, 13, trying on some like very oversized heels and just clumping around my bedroom whilst no one was in the house. That was nice. They were like 3 or 4 sizes bigger than me at the time.
I just get these moments where I'll do something like my hair or something else where I'm slowly changed what I want, and I just feel me. I don't feel like I'm having to hide myself, be fake or anything like that. I'm just feeling like, yeah, this is what it feels like to actually look how I want or act how I want. And it feels very freeing and liberating, because before you can feel very much caged. But now I feel like I can do anything I want and there's just no restrictions.
I can be myself. I can be who I want to be, who I am. And I'm not wearing a mask. I am my genuine self, and I feel I can be happy for once and enjoy life. Like, I'm not hiding anymore. Like, I'm out publicly at work with my friends. Mostly everyone is super supportive. It's had a massive impact of both mental and physical health since being out. All my friends said I'm more confident, I'm a lot happier, and I'm actually more social now as well. And they've all commented like it's great to see the real you.
Looking in the mirror and seeing yourself and knowing that this is you, I see myself. I look in a way that makes sense for me. I feel like I look handsome, but not handsome for someone. Handsome as in having that spark of authenticity, of strength, of joy, of being in agreement with what I want to be. It is actually, thinking about it now, quite amazing to look at myself in the mirror, feel that this is me, feel that I have the connection, and that I like that person that I'm seeing. That I don't see any disagreement.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, when I first realised I was trans, gender dysphoria hadn't really been a thing. But I guess, I mean, with other people, they have gender dysphoria before they figure out they're trans. So I don't know.
I actually think that gender euphoria is enough. And I wish all beautiful trans people to have gender euphoria.
I think you can look at a gender and really appreciate what's going on, but does it necessarily mean that you're unhappy with you? You know, I've got friends that dress every which way, but they're not taking action. They don't feel sad about it. They're just experimenting it. And so for me, that's just somebody who's just expressive and open. But when it becomes something that is so inward and full of turmoil and you don't want to leave the house, it affects you as a human being, then that's dysphoria to me.
I never described myself as dysphoric. I didn't feel that I was. That when I look back, I realised that once I admitted to myself that this was time to do something about it, the next 9 months were filled with agony and pain and misery. All of it self-inflicted, 100%. And it was the fear of how the world would view me, treat me, stuff like that. That dysphoria was an external force. I felt it was an external force, but it was just me making up an idea in my head is that it's all going to go to hell now, and and you're stepping into a fire on your own. Whereas actually the opposite was true. Again, it's a lived experience. You got to do it to know it. But I was always a whole person. I didn't need to go down this road to be a whole. I was already a whole person, but this has just added to it. It's just given me another air of freedom, and it has given me a new perspective, and it has opened new doors, and it has changed my life. It's all good stuff, though.
We're so villainized, and our experiences are almost pushed aside so much that you almost feel ashamed for wanting to transition or for wanting to be yourself. And I think that that's where a lot of the dysphoria comes from, is other people trying to force you into boxes that you don't want to be in.
As long as you know what you're doing and you can understand the implications of what you're doing and how it works and really what is involved in it, and you can consent to things, I don't really think you need all the other bits that are involved in it, or how much diagnosis and how many hoops people have to jump through with it. Because actually to get hold of anything is
a long old process. I think people don't really think about it. A lot of the time when you hear people go, oh, well, you never know, like people could change their mind. I'm like, do you know how long it takes for somebody to get to me? Like, and we're a overall relatively fast service comparatively.
We all experience a gender euphoria at different times in our lives, that sense of well-being and being at ease and being at peace with yourself and being happy with yourself, you know, in finding that place. Some people go through life and I honestly believe they never find it. The support that there used to be and the connections, the societal connections, you know, have made it very, very difficult. There's been a disconnect. So it's very difficult for people to, I think, find that support and peace.
Dysphoria is basically like a null point diagnosis. It's basically just the trans illness that we have to pass a checklist to get access to care. It's basically just a gatekeeping measure. Like everyone exists with gender dysphoria. A lot of people are getting like cosmetic surgeries, cosmetic lifts and all of this, and that's because of gender dysphoria. It's just we don't want to call it that because then it kind of breaks the illusion of what this kind of means. The moment we start policing labels and we police these labels as to who can hold what, you are going to exclude someone. That kind of reliance on like, oh, you have to tick this to be trans is just, it's needless. Like it's just a gatekeeping measure for people and like pushing people out of feeling that sense of community. I'll have conversations with people or friends prior to them coming out and they're struggling with feeling whether or not they are necessarily trans because they don't know if they experience gender dysphoria or they don't think they do or something like that. That questioning is so hard to get through to understand yourself that like it means that people will spend years just trying to answer that question with stuff and feeling like they're not enough. In my ideal way of how this kind of runs is that we do everything we can to get rid of that not enough feeling and just allow people to play with things. Like labels are just like clothes. You try them on, you see how they fit, you see how they feel, you see if they're comfortable. If they're not comfortable, you can take them off again. Like nothing has to be forever within this with regards to like labels, with regards to pronouns, with regards to all of these things. They're just interchangeable things that you can play with, mess around with, see if it's comfy, see if it fits. And that's ultimately how we know ourselves and explore ourselves.
Hey everyone, I think we're back. I am very... Oh, now I'm unmuted. There we go. Technical difficulties. It's hard running this. You know. Thank you so much to everyone for coming back. I'm very pleased to introduce the wonderful Kay Payne and Alex Collins, who were part of the film. Would you like to introduce yourself, talk a little bit about who you are? Kay, why don't you start?
I was worried that you were going to say that.
Surprise. The element of surprise is a theme in this thing.
It is. I should have been prepared, but I wasn't. Yeah, I'm Kay. My pronouns are, they say he, him on the screen, but they're actually he, they. I don't really know what to say.
What are you up to at the moment?
What am I up to at the moment? I am doing so many things all the time. I'm about to start a new job at the Gender Hormone Clinic, which is very exciting.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, yeah, very excited about that. I am working more on being creative at the moment in the theatre field. I am a director, so just trying to figure out what play we're going to be putting on this year.
and moving into a new house. So there's a lot going on. All very good things, but just a lot.
Great. And
Different
Alex,
really like. I like
yeah, a
changing.
couple of small things, a couple of small giant things there. Yeah. Alex, what about you?
Hi there, everyone. My name is Alex. Who am I? So I am a hairdresser by trade, but I specialise in hair education. So a couple of weeks ago, I was in Milan teaching a hair course, and in a couple of weeks' time, I am in Frankfurt in Germany teaching a hair course, and I've been in London on the last 2 days doing training. So yeah, I'm super busy. So yeah, that's me at the moment.
Amazing, amazing. I'm gonna jump straight in with Kay here first. When we met and did the interview, if I remember rightly, I think you said you were, I think, weeks away from top surgery. I think that was your sort of next step in transition. I was wondering how your attitude to dysphoria has changed since we made the film, whether some elements in your transition have affected that almost.
Um, well, yeah, I'm a year and a half top surgery, post top surgery now, which is very exciting. It has definitely it changed things drastically for me almost overnight. I think being able to look in the mirror and just see that huge of a difference. Oddly, I do think that having top surgery sort of made me understand dysphoria more in a different way. There was a byproduct of the surgery that I wasn't expecting, in that the change was so immediate that it was a really hard for my brain to catch up with what I was seeing. And so it did sort of a little bit spark a different dysphoria that I wasn't expecting to work through. So I think that my view on dysphoria is that I think back then I thought that it would go away, that I would have not only moments of euphoria, but I would get to a place where it would almost plateau and I would feel so at peace that it would be okay. But watching that back, I realized that I just feel it in different forms now. And I do think that it's always going to be there. But I also think that it's sort of a part of me and part of how nuanced being trans and transitioning in general is. It is not black and white in any way, shape, or form, and it is so individual to each person. So yeah, it's been a crazy ride the past couple of years.
Alex, I suppose same question to you, really. Do you feel your attitude to dysphoria has changed since we made the film?
I would say that it's been what 2 years? In this summer it'll be 2 years we shot, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
August 2023, I think we
Yeah,
shot.
so I've been at HIT now for 2.5 years as of a couple of weeks ago, and I feel like the dysphoria is getting less and less. But sometimes there are still like quite intense moments, which I feel like are magnified by the changes. And what I mean by that is, as my shape becomes more feminine and it's all changing and all that stuff, I haven't had bottom surgery, so I find that as everything's changing, become more feminine and softer, and I'm yet to have bottom surgery, that becomes a bit of a focal point, like, oh, that's still happening, like that's still there for me. So even though I'm super happy with things going forward, because I am becoming so feminine, I feel like bottom surgery for me will probably like help alleviate the sort of, not the last bit, because you'll always have dysphoria, but it will make it all a bit more softer, I think, maybe.
Do you feel, I suppose now you're a little bit further into your transition, that dysphoria is still an active part of your life?
No, I don't. I would say that, in my everyday life, I don't really think about it. It's just moments alone where I'm having a shower or stuff like that. I'm like, oh God, this is still happening here and there, but it's not as an intense and like debilitating as it once was, for sure.
And same question to you there, Kay. Do you feel it's still an active part of your lifestyle?
I do, but it is not anywhere near as debilitating, and it sort of comes out in stranger ways I suppose it comes out in ways almost that I forget that I'm trans and I get reminded of it in a way. If I meet new people, I was having a conversation the other day, and the person I was talking to made a reference of like, oh, when you got married and you wore your suit and you had a little detail, and it almost was like a little bit of cold water, and I just kind of had to nod along because I actually got married pre-transition. I was wearing a wedding dress, and so I was like, I'm not really sure. Like, there was so much that I couldn't like delve into, and so like it's moments of those that really just like, yeah, really take me by surprise. So it's still here. It's very active. It's there, laying low.
It is. I think it's very insidious. I think it doesn't. I don't know if it plays a very active part in my lifestyle, but at the same time, it just happens every now and again in very strange places. I've been, working on the campaign and doing this a lot recently, and have been. We live, not to give my location away to people, we live 50 yards from a park. So whenever I go out with the dog, I'm usually still in my pajamas, full goblin attire, out in the middle of the field, not really done up in any way, shape, or form. And I'd gone out recently, I think it was before I filmed a video, so I'd gotten dressed and I'd gotten ready, and someone had gendered me correctly on the park, and it was almost like there was a dissonance between that and what I had been experiencing for the 2 or 3 weeks previous. And I'm like, oh well, that wasn't even really a moment that your head is supposed to process dysphoria, but like you're getting it in a weird way. Like it's very insidious, I think. Like and can take you by surprise, certainly.
Yeah,
Um,
it pops up.
I know, Kay, when we spoke originally, you were talking more about writing fiction also.
Mhm.
And I was wondering how your transition and thoughts on dysphoria maybe have played into your creative work.
Um, Massively. All of my characters are trans. Let's be real. Every single one of them. And because I never read any fantasy, especially, I think Kay touched on it earlier, as well. But yeah, I never read any fantasy books about trans people, and so it definitely has given me a new view on that world building. I find sometimes I find it complicated in that I ne- I never know how far I want to go. There is part of me that, I just want to have trans characters and that be it. But then there is also times that I do want to add pieces and the journey of the transition of these characters. And when it comes to fantasy, it could be so difficult to be like, okay, well, how do hormones work in a fantasy world and stuff like that. So it is very prominent in all of my work. I'm working on adapting 12th Night at the moment.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, and so that'll be very trans focused. It will not be cis at all. It'll be very queer and very trans. And so it pops up in everything that I do. It is very entwined with all of my creative work at the moment. So I love it.
This is deep Jess lore for anyone listening. I'd gotten a chance. I was the lead in a play for the Royal Shakespeare Company when I was 16 years old. No, younger than that, 14. We did a version of A Midsummer Night's Dream. At the same time, a neighboring school did a performance of the Twelfth Night, which was awful and has been my only way of seeing that play, certainly live before. So yeah, I'd kill to like rectify that part of my history. Like that would be great.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when it's ready to be.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah,
Please do.
absolutely.
It's great to see. There's so much more coming out. I have to say that I love to hear when people go, yes, I'm adapting this and I'm writing this book and I'm doing this novel and I'm creating a play and I'm doing a film and what I mean? I'm putting on an art exhibition, and I love all this stuff because it's that representation that we were talking about earlier, and it's not like the token person in the background, right? It's like, no, central. These are the heroes of the story. Let's be honest. Like, so I love that. I love that. And while you know what I mean, you can bring the transition journey into it. Every book has that transition of a person going from something they are not to the person they were supposed to be. So that is a huge part of any novel I've ever really read, particularly in the fantasy sphere. So I think you're right on the money with that. And again, another book club topic here. Let's go for it. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
Keep
I'm
going.
loving this book club that's being built up at the moment. This is great. Keep it coming.
We're a little irregular with our book club, but it does
Yeah, it's
exist.
true. That's true. Alex, largely because it's something I think I have experienced recently, just over the course of the campaign. You've got a really great social media presence. I really love seeing you on the platform.
yeah.
And I was wondering, if only because I've seen it in myself, do you feel like some of the reaction you get online plays into your dysphoria to a certain extent? Or is there an element of that there?
Not really. I have to say, like the audience that sort of watch my stuff have always been. Oh, one of my cats are jumping on me. Sorry.
That's okay. Guest appearance.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what? In the last few videos I've done, there have been a couple of not, I'm going to say troll comments, and it makes me laugh. Whereas I think previously, in the beginning part of my journey, it probably would have sparked an episode of oh my God, I look like a man, oh my God, oh my God. Whereas now I just laugh. It makes me laugh when I get hate comments now, because I know that it's not true. And I'm sparking something within this person that they're comfortable about, whether they're into trans girls or they are trans themselves. So yeah, I kind of feel like when I get good and bad comments, it doesn't spark dysphoria. Obviously, it's lovely to get good comments. I love that. But yeah, I kind of feel like I'm very settled in how I feel about my gender, that it doesn't really have too much of a negative effect on how I feel. But previously, it probably would have sparked me spiraling a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. The hate has been sort of on and off throughout the campaign. I think this morning I'd woken up to 90 fresh comments or something. One piece of joy I have been taking in this, and I almost don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to inspire any additional hatred, but it is funny. I say, "Hi, my name is Jess Crooks" at the start of every video, give or take, and people try to dead name me, and I've had every name under the sun that isn't my dead name. Like still like I've had 1,000 of these messages. Like no one has got it yet. And this isn't a challenge. Please, internet, please don't take this the wrong way. But like it still hasn't happened. I think that is funny. That is something we have I did have, and also something I don't want to encourage people reacting to the trolls, but there's one comment I've been laughing at every day since. Some guy was doing the tell me what a woman is, just saying that over and over. Can you tell me what a woman is? And this person, this hero, had commented back, can you tell me what a loving family is? Just
tell me what a good dad is. Tell me what a good father is. Tell me all this stuff.
Chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, but yeah, I think definitely the reaction to these things online and the reaction to us online is something to be wary of. I think it has been for me in terms of the love and the attention is huge, but also, it can be a mirror for some of the bad things you're feeling as well. It's kind of a poison chalice in a weird sense of the word.
React is super important. So I don't delete the hate comments. I like them, and I put thank you and the kiss emoji.
That's great.
I do it every time. I had one of the day, some guy wrote there nice jawline, bro, and I was like, oh my God, thank you so much, kiss. And then it stops it because I'm not fueling it, and they're like, where do I go from here? This person's not playing this tennis match with me, and I'm like, I'm too busy serving elsewhere, honey. It's fine.
It's very hard to fight someone who won't fight, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's good.
Ray, I'll ask you the same question also. I will say for the chat, if you have any questions for Alex, Kay, Ray, or myself, please go ahead. You spoke in both this film and Transjoy. I was wondering if your attitudes to gender dysphoria has changed since we made that film.
Nope. Nope. Damn straight. Nope.
That's fair.
Look, here's the thing. I'm not listening to what anybody outside of me says. I don't care. I don't give a damn what your opinion is. I don't know you, and even if I do know you, if you're saying those things, you ain't a friend of mine. I will not. The only reason I transitioned was for me. That's it. No way. And I already knew who I was before I transitioned. And you heard it in the film there. All I wanted was who I am on the inside being represented on the outside. That's it. There's nothing more complicated than that. I have achieved that. Are there moments when I say to myself, oh, if only if only I was 5'10", I'm 5'6". If only I had big ass chest. I'm 38-inch chest. Like, where do you end on this stuff? So I'm not down on the self-hate. If you decide you want to hate me, off you go. That's your world. I'm not in it. Don't care. And I am not going to take that on board, and I am not going to feel bad for somebody else, frankly, being a twat. I love, Alex, what you're doing there, the kisses and stuff like that. I would have a similar kind of attitude, and I love what people are saying here, that they're laughing at people. Like, you're so angry and so serious about this, and we think you're funny. Like, doesn't that just say how far you've come in yourself? And that's all that is for me. So are there moments where I go, yeah, I wish things were, I'm still on the journey, I'm still on the path, but I'll be on that path until I stop breathing, until I'm dead, until I'm 90 or 100 or whenever Alzheimer's takes over, who knows, right? But until that, I'll be on a journey of discovery. I'll be on a journey of going from where I was that moment to where I'm going to be on the next moment. And every day is a learning opportunity. Every day is an opportunity to get to know myself better, to see what I put out into the world. And when I put out the good stuff, it's the good stuff that gets reflected back. You can't go into a world and go hate, 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 and then expect lots of love to come at you. That's not how it works. You've got to be the person who is the change first. And that's what this entire thing has been about for me. I was already fine. Now I'm even better. So dysphoria, no.
That is kind of the interesting thing about the films in general is I think you could answer any of these questions at any time of your life, right? Like gender dysphoria will play a part at numerous points in my life, I'm sure. But it is kind of a snapshot in time as to who these people were and what they were feeling then. Always good to catch up. I don't know if we'll ever revisit the topic again.
Honestly, I would like people to stop talking about dysphoria. I think, and this is one of the things. No, seriously, I'm not joking, like. Jess is laughing, going, "Oh, really? We made a film about it." We did. That film was the film was dysphoria, but it was also euphoria. It was both things in there. And here's
Yeah,
the
that's
thing:
true.
and the one thing that gets levied at us all the time is, the depressed trans people and the dysphoria, the mental illness and whatever. And it's become sort of like a weight around everybody's neck. And you're supposed to feel bad about your life for the rest of your life. And if you don't, you're not really a trans person. And, you can't really be trans if you're not dysphoric about this because, blah, 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 blah. And so I'm like, no, this is not where it is. I think we should spend more time talking about the joys, how our life has improved, the positivity, the way that people, who were terrified, not just you being terrified at the end, because we know we were all terrified at the beginning, but all the family and friends who were equally as terrified. And then they see you being yourself and they go, oh, hang on a second, the world didn't explode. This person didn't get stabbed in the middle of the night. My kid is fine. My friend is fine. And they start seeing you living your truth. They start saying, and they see the happiness in it, but they see you over time stopping talking about it. And I can't remember who said it was on some of the earlier panels, is you're just out, you're living life now. It's not a thing anymore. And you can choose to be sad about anything you want, but I'd rather choose to be happy with where I am right now, what I have achieved, because it's a million miles away to where I was 5 years ago. A million miles. in mindset, in how I look, in how I feel, in what I'm doing in my job, and how the friends that I have around me, the stability, the fact that, you know, I don't hide this with anybody, and frankly, nobody cares. Nobody cares. So why are we concentrating on all the stuff that, you know, is, oh, we're supposed to be sad? Why? The whole point of transition is so you're not sad. And most of the people that I see aren't sad. Yeah, there are moments. There are moments of it. Of course there are. But there's moments where, you know, the political situation drives me mad. There's moments where, you know, 100 of the things that are happening that might make me sad. But so what? It's a passing moment. It's a part of life. And you don't, without, the contrast is required. You don't know what true happiness is until you've tasted the darkness, until you've seen what it was like sitting in that chair where things were absolutely miserable. And if you can dig yourself out of that and get yourself to a position where you are a stable, happy human being, you know what? I don't care what you look like. That is a win. That is the goal of everybody on the planet. It's not just trans people. We're easy to pick on because you can physically see it. But everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's going for happiness. Everybody's got stuff that they don't like about themselves. Everybody's got some nose they don't like, or height, or whatever. Like, there's the dysphoria and the dysmorphia and all this kind of stuff. So it's not just us. And I would like the rest of the world to wake up and realize that actually you're on the same journey we are. You're on the same journey we are. And we're just a little bit louder about it. We're not really that loud. Cis people seem to be louder. But my point being is we're more visible, where most other people, they can go through this journey and nobody but them knows, or their best friend, whereas we don't have that right. And I think you've got to be an incredibly brave person to open yourself up to that level of abuse and still have the strength to do it. Still have the strength to do it. I think we're the bravest, strongest people on the planet. And I don't care what anybody else say about that, because that's been my experience. And I've seen it, loads of people coming in where they are terrified little mice. And then 6 months later, a year later, they're lions. Get out of their way. Good luck standing in their way. So no, let's talk about what we've achieved. Let's talk about the fact that we are a wonderful example for the other people on the planet who are suffering from other things, who need our example to be brave in their own life. And that's where I stand. Another rant. You should stop asking me questions. You know I'm going to go and rant about something, right?
More than happy for a rant. It does make me think that the 2 points that the edit for me broke, in terms of like, oh, I know what the film is now. And yeah, I think you're right. I think it's balancing the euphoria and keeping that as prominent as dysphoria. But also, I have to say, I don't know if I don't know if I ever said this to be before, Alex, but your analogy of the simmering water was just such a big point for me, and like having the sort of realization of how powerful that analogy was, not just for, you know, my own transition, but hopefully others too. Yeah, really, really incredible. The idea of, you know, simmering and reaching boiling point, I think. Yeah, very eloquent, I think.
I think as well that analogy, that's how I feel a lot of stuff where I'm about to make a decision that I can't go back on. You know, it's like, oh, it's happening. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, exact same thing with the campaign of like, oh, I think we could do this. Oh, I think we should do this. Oh, I think we need to do this. And then, you know, and then the video's out there. And yeah, everything changed for the better, thankfully. If we got any questions in the chat, we're wrapping up soon.
I
Is there
don't see
any?
it, but I think we're over time though, aren't we?
We're a little bit over the time. Is
Yeah.
there anything you, Kay or Alex, would like to say before we go?
I just want to say that I've been so blessed to be part of this whole thing, like I really have, in the sense of, you know, telling my story, getting to know everyone else's story. And just for me, it's been super important that we're just normal. We've got jobs, we're not asking for special treatment, we're just asking you not to be an idiot. And just get on with your life, focus on you, don't focus on me, and let's all just get on with it. Life's hard enough. And so yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, pretty much the same thing. Since coming out, I mean, it was touched on by lots of other people. It can feel super isolating when you come out, And I mean, being a part of this and like meeting you guys, it's given me a community that I have felt like not alone in. And yeah, it's been so much easier to focus on the good parts and you know, be able to take it out of the darkness and build a support system that I actually feel, you know, knows who I am and I can be 100% myself around. And that's really what it is. And so yeah, thanks to you guys, really.
No,
Thanks to
thank you.
you.
Thank you to you. Yeah, 100%. You know,
We
it's
wouldn't have a community if the community didn't show up.
yeah.
That's true.
It would just be Jess and I in the bar going, "Where's everybody?" You know?
And we would as well. I think we definitely
Oh, we would, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming tonight. Thank you so much for being a part of the film as well. Really lovely to catch up with both of you. We're going to move
Thank
on
you.
to our final film, which Kay is also in. A wonderful picture of me in the red and black makeup I was laughing at earlier in the chat. What Keeps You Up at Night? Maybe my favorite film out of the four. Certainly the one I felt was most creatively satisfying to make. Recreations of people's favorite horror movies. I'm a horror fan through and through. I'm always going to love this one. We're going to be back with, I think, Izzy Bale, Saskia Menendez, and Adam Khan after that for the Q&A. And then we're going to wrap up. So thank you very much for coming. I'll see you on the other side. All right. Bye all.
Bye. Bye.
I think we did it, guys.
Here's Jess.
Okay, we're all good. How are you feeling, Izzy?
Good, yeah. This is the strangest interview I've ever given.
I don't think it's my strangest interview. I still think The Shining is like interviewing through
a door.
Through a door that you've just broken is quite, yeah, that's probably the one for me so far in. Okay, so first question for everyone. We're here today in a recreation of the film The Exorcist. Could you talk a little bit about what The Exorcist means to you?
I remember, and we were talking about this before we started rolling, I remember as a kid, The Exorcist was set up as this absolutely petrifying movie, and I didn't see it until I was quite a bit older. And I remember thinking, because I grew up in a very religious household, and I first watched it, and I was like, this is all just a bit silly. So I think I saw it probably about the same time as I became an atheist. And I remember thinking, looking at The Exorcist, and like, this is just silly. Because for me, horror is, at its definition, is silly. It is intentionally finding spaces to scare yourself through a TV screen. It's innately ridiculous. I think that mixed in with the idea that there was this sort of absurd power that could come in this outfit that could somehow save the day, which just seemed ridiculous to me. But yeah.
Very superhero when you put it that way.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it was one of like the first real horror films I watched. I started with Alien vs Predator. Terrible film. But then I really got to enjoy Alien. Yeah, it's quite a lonely film because Sigourney Weaver just trying to survive on her own. And I can really like relate with Sigourney Weaver now. That's the type of character, type of actress that I like to watch.
What is it about the Sigourney Weaver character that you relate to, you think?
She's very strong, clear-headed when there is a lot of stress and a lot of danger, and has determination, will do what is needed to survive.
Great answer. Love that answer.
Part of my high school experience was finding girls who wanted to be my friend up to a certain point. And then inevitably, they would just drop me, and I never knew why. I found a lot of friends with other boys, which I didn't see myself as yet, but they always saw me as one of the guys, and there were the sort of barriers that were broken down when I was with them that they wouldn't have had with other girls. So I always found more friendship there and felt like I fit in more with those boys than ever with any of the girls. When I was 19, I heard the word genderqueer, which was the first thing that ever tipped me into maybe that's why I'm a little bit different. But it wasn't until I was 33 that I actually came out. I felt like if I could exist in a sort of middle ground, if I could occupy the gray space that there was, then I could make myself comfortable. But it never really worked that way. Carrie was one of those figures where she didn't fit in and she didn't really know why. The scene with the blood dumped on her was the point at which she felt the most like she was going to be able to fit in with them. And then suddenly she realized that it was all a sham and she was never going to actually be seen as one of the kids that she wanted to be. Was oh my God. Okay.
I really loved, though, that sort of 70s horror moment where you had things like Rosemary's Baby, you had The Exorcist, you had a lot of movies where horror was treated with a bit of seriousness, because you've got all of the slasher movies, and then suddenly you've got these movies that are trying to actually scare people on like a deeper level. Whether they do or not is another matter, but it's interesting, I think, as horror shifts from the ridiculous to trying to be serious and back again. And you're out the end of the Hammer horror moment, you're into this space of seriousness, and then cut to the 80s and we're killing teenagers by the dozen in sort of slash movies again. So it's sort of, yeah, I think that's quite interesting.
You know, guys come up to you, they can stop you, ask you for your number, and then sometimes you feel like, oh gosh, if I don't get my number, it could turn nasty. And I do get quite a lot of guys that just think that they can just touch you or inappropriately, you know, say things to you that they wouldn't say to a normal cis woman, which I can find quite a challenge as well, because it's like sometimes we get treated like a third-class citizen in so many different ways that it can be really off-putting as well. And I'm not a piece of meat, I actually respect myself. And trans people, we're not just about one thing, we're about so many different things. And I think, you know, by doing these documentaries and being in different places and showing people that we've got talents and we can do many different things, because we're often sexualized or objectified. And I'd like to see that change.
The Blair Witch Project, to me, it's that raw, realistic experience of humanity, like in the unknown, and seeing and hearing and sensorily seeing things and feeling things in the world that might not be there and might not be comprehensible, and that kind of raw nature of not knowing what is out there, what is going to happen throughout the night, not knowing what may happen in the future, whether that be in the next hour, in the next day, or in years to come. And that almost like unites us as humans, I guess, in that wanting to understand, wanting to know more about the world, but never being able to come to that realization. And unfortunately, due to a lot of negative stuff that happens in the world, it means that people can be scared of that unknown.
Salem's Lot is a film that I watched when I was a child,
when I was surrounded by my family units. And as I've grown up, the fear that I used to feel at that movie is the sadness and fear at the loneliness and the thought of living the rest of my life without any contact with my family, feeling sad, feeling rejected, feeling alone.
I hadn't seen Salem's Lot prior to working on this film and working with you here. The town has a big secret that, you know, they all keep amongst themselves but keep away from people on the outside. Is there maybe a suggestion that there's a parallel with your own life in that respect?
Very, very much so. I think that my transsexualness, my transgenderism, however you want to term it, was always there. It was something that my family just kept quiet. I transitioned very, very young. I transitioned at the age of 15, having my full gender realignment surgery when I was 19. I didn't understand where I fitted in. I didn't understand why I looked the way I looked when I was naked. It was a roller coaster of emotions that I just didn't understand. I would find shoes that belonged to relatives, and at bedtime I'd be upstairs in my bedroom and I'd have my high heels on and I'd find lipstick from somewhere. And I remember family members coming in and I'd fallen asleep on the bed, but it was kept a secret, it was kept quiet. I would just grow out of it. It was a phase, but obviously I didn't, because I am the woman I am today because it was always in me. It's my true authentic self.
Okay, so we're here today, Sarah, in a recreation of the film The Silence of the Lambs. And I was wondering if you could maybe explain to us why that's relevant to your story in particular.
I was in prison for 30 years, and if I didn't get parole, I too would have been in prison for the rest of my life. I was fully aware of how much hatred there is outside for transgender prisoners, and it did have a big impact on my life in jail, and it may have had some influence in keeping me in jail for so long. Before the lockdown, there was a 28% increase in attacks on the lgbtqia community, not just in London, but across the country. This happens in prison too. If you're a transgender prisoner and someone comes up and throws a bucket of water over you, drags you in the shower and rapes you, stabs you, everybody laughs, nobody cares. In the prison system, there is no humanity. And I'm afraid that kind of attitude towards the transgender community in particular is held here too. Then I hear about cases like the senseless murder of Brianna Jai, and it breaks my heart. Brianna was not on her own. These kind of stories are coming to me every day from across the globe. If you're trans, it's like having a target on your back saying, "Punch my face in." That's what it seems like. And then it gets even worse, because being attacked by strangers is one thing, but what about when you get attacked by your own family? We're disgusted with you. You're revolting. You're vile. These are things that the transgender community and the non-binary community too have to suffer every day.
Due to my activism against the systems and institutions in the world, it's meant that there has been a lot of opposition and a lot of culture war rhetoric and violence, physically, verbally, emotionally, to many of the communities that I fall within. And I feel that not knowing that, like, say, if in 10 years' time I could be murdered just for being who I am. I know people personally that have been murdered. I'm going to a funeral next week to someone within the queer community who is no longer with us because of that, and knowing that it's just not just affecting me and many people that I know, knowing that that could happen to me or more people that I care about, it's really hard to comprehend. It always weighs on me, but it won't stop me from doing what I'm doing.
I worry about my trans friends, people I know who are really struggling with the attacks on our community, people who've been sexually assaulted, people who are contemplating detransition. There's so much going on. But also I'm a teacher, and over the years I've taught trans students. I taught, when I started at my previous school 8 years ago, there was one student, one trans boy, and then the next year there were two, and so on, and then after the pandemic there were quite a few more. One of the most haunting things I've ever seen are the signs of self-harm on trans boys' arms, and that's something that doesn't just keep me up at night, it's something that makes it hard during the day sometimes to know that the callousness of some of the policies the government has advanced in the past are worsening the mental health of trans children and are increasing the likelihood of violent attacks. And these things trouble me immensely. When a while ago I had one very, very rare incident where some students at my school made unpleasant noises at me. I looked very vulnerable. Usually when I'm walking down a corridor I try to look as assertive as possible, and people are fine and people have been very accepting. But this one particular time they were trying to be sort of intimidating and threatening, and someone said, "It's a man." And in that moment I thought, if there were a trans student who received that kind of treatment, that could be the last straw for them. A young person who doesn't have hormones, doesn't have a support network, doesn't have a therapist. These are the kind of things that keep me up at night. These are the things that really, really trouble me, that we are not trying to just make people's lives better, we're trying to keep people alive at this point. The whole conceit of this, horror movies, is very, very appropriate. It's not hyperbole at all, as far as I'm concerned.
At the moment, we're the only community that can be demonised, and nobody seems to care. We have like Richie Sunak, who says to Keir Starmer wants to be a Prime Minister. He doesn't even know what a woman is. That's from Richie Sunak. And it happens with Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman. These people are insane. And I know, I've been in a psychiatric hospital. These people are actual lunatics. They would rather transgender community were just killed. I mean, they say this in private, and some of them speak it in public.
I suppose the question of the hour would be, in relation to your trans identity, what keeps you up at night?
The main one is honestly J.K. Rowling. I think there's threefold for why. One is how much Harry Potter means to me and has meant to me growing up. Number two is how much it means to the people around me. And number three is just the way that the world reacts to her, and the praise that they give her, and the, I want to say, acceptance that they give her and her ridiculous ideas. It really gets to me.
I think there are a lot of allies in the LGBTQ+ community who maybe give her a little bit of a pass because of how much they love those works, and maybe don't fully appreciate how far in the paint she's gotten. Very ironic to say that with a face full of oil-based makeup.
My definition of a TERF is a hate-filled monster, not just to the trans community, but probably to their own families too. The term was given to people who identify as a trans exclusionary radical feminist. But what does that mean? Yeah, it's not just women, it's men too. It's lunatics like Graham Linehan. It's lunatics like Posey Parker. It's rambling psychopaths like Joanna Rowling. These people with privilege, these people with power, these people with lots of followers across social media. Can I just speak freely?
Please do.
When I have to sit at home, when I have to go to meetings, when I have to go to memorials, because another trans kid has been killed or has committed suicide, because the fucking pressure which is put on people, it is unfair. People need to wake up. We're surrounded by loons. But these people, they think they're normal. They think they speak for the people. They think they speak for British people, but they don't. My experience of British people is that we are kind, we are generous, we are thoughtful, we're forgiving, and we are compassionate. But we have a noisy minority who will not shut up and they will not surrender political power.
You are on the front lines in a roundabout sense of the word, as far as dealing with this issue in particular. Are there changes that you would like to see happen to help make that fight a little bit easier?
Sure, absolutely. The new RSC guidance on relationships and sexual education has been described as the new Section 28 by many people, and if that were to come through, it would put a trans or even more so a non-binary person in the classroom in a really difficult position. You could be accused of spreading ideology just by sharing your pronouns. It's unlikely this guidance will come through as is, but that's precisely the sort of thing we need to be vigilant about. These attempts to discredit trans students and trans people generally, to imply that our existence somehow spreads ideology, and to frame all young people as gender questioning, when they're not questioning. They know, they're pretty clear. They're still exploring in terms of how they're going to present, but by the time you've told your first person, you've been thinking about this for years often, and this idea of discrediting trans people is all part of the process of trying to erase us.
I don't know what it is to be a woman. I don't. I care about my friends, I care about my community, and I also care about my enemies, which might seem quite odd. But I consider that now that I've grown up and matured, especially after the time in prison, that I have a more forgiving nature. I don't know what I want from life. I don't have any fixed concrete plans. Like most people outside, I'm winging it. I'm trying to do the best I can with what I got.
We're here today answering one question in particular.
Yeah.
And that question being, what keeps you up at night? And I was wondering if you could answer that for me.
A lot right now, quite a lot. I'm trying to get my bottom surgery sorted. I can't afford to go with the NHS waitlist. I think last time I checked it was like 6-7 years. I'm going privately because I need it. I don't think I would be here for 6-7 years if I had to wait. And what keeps me up at night is never being able to have it, the surgery. It got a little bit close last year. Shortly after we filmed the last series, I lost my job, got laid off, and it got to the point where I was going to start going into my savings, going into my surgery fund. I thought I was going to get to a point where I couldn't afford it, or wait, or be able to wait for it, and yeah, I was in a pretty dark space when that was the case. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that to start with.
Yeah.
There's so much emphasis put on surgery and the sort of wider trans conversation, but at the same time I think for a lot of people it's necessary as far as feeling comfortable in their own bodies.
Yeah.
And I think reaching that and achieving that is such an incredible goal. And you know, it's obviously a lot to consider.
Yeah, and also just going through the surgery itself. I am terrified about the surgery itself, but it's something I need. It's something that I need to feel whole in that space.
I think what keeps me up at night is how thin the line is between order and chaos. Particularly as a trans person, how fragile a sense of order can be. When I first started HRT, it was life-changing for me, absolutely life-changing. And every time I go in to get my prescription, a little part of me sits there and panics for the whole time before it's confirmed, because who knows, maybe it disappears, maybe you lose that access. And then you look at things like the gas review and you think, well, how close are we to actually fucking chaos? I've got, can I swear? Yeah, okay, cool, fuck's sake. I think that line is so fragile. And you look at places like Ukraine, like the Congo, like Mali, Yemen, Palestine, and you think there are people who one day are sitting there, everything's great, and the next day they're in a war zone. And that fragility, I see a very similar fragility at that level, at a societal level, to what I think a lot of trans people experience on an individual level, which is you just don't know how close we are at any point. So I think that's something that petrifies me, to be honest. I would never not want to be visible. I don't care. I don't care what you throw at me, verbally, physically. I would never go back in the closet, ever. Couldn't imagine it. Which is why we opened this discussion. I talked about HRT. The idea of not being me, and not being me on a chemical level, scares the living shit out of me, because I know how much better life is now I have the right hormones in my body. That privilege to be yourself. And God, I wish more cis people realized how much of a privilege that is. It's a gift, and it's a gift I would never let go of.
I think something I've certainly struggled with since coming out in general is trying to be more vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I think putting yourself in that kind of situation is a very vulnerable position.
Yeah.
I think we're taught to be almost loners and stoic and, self-reliant.
Yeah, that's been my life for quite a long time. Before I came out, I was very fortunate to have a really supportive sister who is trans as well. And it was great because I was helping her get through what she needed to do. But because I was not out at the time, I saw both sides of people, being very open and supportive to my sister in person, and then showing their real face behind her back. I'm not going to lie, when that did happen, I almost killed myself. I can't trust those people right now by saying that they're going to support me, that they feel what I'm doing is right, and then behind my back saying things the opposite. And that's leading to that feeling alone. Yeah.
This is the second time I've had to say this in this series, but there is an element of hanging tough, I think.
Yeah.
I think with all of our situations, I think the way the country is at the moment, I think with lots of things.
Yeah. And I'm a lot stronger now than I was. But there still is that fear of never having the surgery I want, and I'm doing everything in my power to make that happen. I have some really, really supportive people in my life right now. Very supportive people.
Who are those people in your life?
I have a really good girlfriend that has been really supportive with me, even though she's going through a lot herself. And I've got a lot of very close friends I'm very grateful to have.
More than anything else, I think the thing I think myself often is, you're still here.
Yeah.
Like, you're still doing it, you're still trying to make it better. Like,
Yeah.
That's an incredible thing.
Yeah, I am so lucky to be able to afford the surgery. I know others can't. My sister went through the public route and I saw her struggles, and if I could have waved the magic wand and fixed it for her, I would have. I want to do everything in my power to help others.
The question I've been finishing on for these interviews is, are you able to empathise with those characters a little bit more? I think that question is really for me than it is for you in this scenario.
I can definitely relate to the character in that film at this stage. It's very like, almost like the end, like, oh, you can feel it happening and you don't know that it's happening, and then just the alien bursts out and then that's it.
I feel like maybe part of it is so much the feeling that something is coming, you know, so she felt like something was coming, and for her that was the acceptance, the love that she thought that she was experiencing. It was an experience of standing here and feeling like I know what's coming but I don't know when. It was a real moment for me, I think.
I think the genuine terror in The Exorcist is one of control. And if you remove all the religious rubbish, what you're left with is a scared child who doesn't have control of their body. That feels like a very, very powerful analogy.
Going through what we go through gives us an awful amount of empathy and understanding, because it can be a real challenge and there's always ups and downs. So what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and I think we're definitely a lot stronger.
Whatever you choose to be, whoever you want to be, we should be allowed to be our true authentic selves without fear of persecution, without fear of rejection. We may not all follow the same lifestyles, but we are all human. In the name of humanity, just be humane towards the trans and LGBTQI community.
Oh, if I am ever institutionalised, I'm going to need stronger biceps.
That's all right, they put them down by your hands that way.
Oh my God. And we are back. Hi everyone, good to see you all. Are we all doing? We well?
Yeah, how are you?
Good. I sort of had my first moment in the middle of that where I was like, God, we've been doing this for a while, haven't we? God, this is a long stream. Um, no, all very positive. Well, thank you so much for the messages and stuff coming through. I suppose we should start introducing everybody. Ray's on holiday tomorrow, so he's sitting out the rest of this journey. But I'm joined by the lovely Gemma Ralston, who's going to be co-chairing with me. I'm also
Hello.
joined by four of our lovely participants. One's just joining now. Saskia Menendez from the Nightmare on Elm Street recreation. Adam Khan for the Blair Witch Project. Ish Brown for Salem's Lot. And Izzy Bale for... Oh, what was it again? The Exorcist. There we go. Very tired. How are we all doing? Okay, so first question, I suppose purely out of vanity. I know you all do interviews for other bits and pieces in your own lives. Have any of you done an interview that has been crazier than the one we did in the film? Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. I think I've been interviewing people for 10, 15 years, and I don't think I'm ever going to top that one, actually.
No,
Maybe.
to share an anecdote, this was
Oh,
the
please do.
first film that I got involved with Trans Matters Worldwide, and about 5-10 minutes after meeting Jess in person for the first time, we were elbow deep, knee deep in a bath with a camera. Yeah,
With Saskia, yeah.
setting up Saskia, and Jess looking at me over her shoulder going, I hope this stranger doesn't run away.
Oh, you're muted there, Saskia. We can't. Oh, it doesn't say you're muted, but we can't hear you.
Yeah. No, can't hear
No,
you.
can't hear you. Okay, she's gonna come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first time we'd met Saskia also, as we have done for these things, and it's a big ask for anyone, I think, to share stories like the stories we shared in that film, and to do it in those sort of heightened settings, like, being partially nude in a bathtub, or, breaking through a wooden door, or tied to a bed, Izzy, as well. That was the way we met as well. Yeah, that's The Exorcist takes the cake, I think. We still have I almost thought about bringing it out in the break there. We still have the wooden door from The
Yes.
Shining. It's still in my hallway. I still haven't moved it yet. That's on me. That should
I
have
want
been
to
my
know how you
resolution.
explain that to guests.
We had, not to guests necessarily, but we had the landlord round recently, and he was like, "Did you break one of the doors?" And it was like, "No, no, we bought this one. This was ours to break. This wasn't anything to do with you, thankfully." Saskia, you online? Can we hear you? No, I can't hear you, babe.
Still can't.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go around and we'll maybe get back to you on the other side there. Izzy, let's start with you. You are the lead in a trans black metal group, which is the coolest thing anyone's ever said out loud, I think. Um, are there elements you feel of your trans identity that sort of permeate into the music, you think?
Oh, absolutely. So the entire, like the band itself is by its very nature trans. Everything we do is built around the trans experience, both hope and hatred. And black metal is a genre of music built of outsiders and misanthropy, and actually to turn something that is so built on hate into something that can be used to create community and shared emotion is really why we exist.
Great answer. Love that. Love that. I love the band too. We're so happy to be working with you for Dear West as well, in the coming months. So I suppose my next question for Adam, I think probably due to its simplicity, I think the Blair Witch recreation was probably the closest we got to like on screen perfect. It did help that we use an old VHS camera to shoot with as well. You spoke largely about how the fear of the unknown is what you struggle with and what keeps you up at night. I was wondering, given all of your philanthropy work and the work you do with various trans pride organizations, does that fear affect the work you do?
I would say that the fear definitely affects it, but not in the way that it prevents me from doing what I do for various communities. If anything, it propels me to be part of that change which I want to see in the world. And that fear of the unknown, as in, yes, it does keep me up at night, and it invokes so many negative emotions within me and so many of my peers. Yet that unknown also has that hope that things can change. And I guess that kind of propels me into like taking that future into my own hands and being proactive with what I'm doing, in not waiting for things to change, but making them change myself. So yeah, I think it is instrumental in what I'm doing, but I guess I'm trying with what I do, I try and flip it on its head really. So rather than waiting for that unknown to overwhelm me at some point, like grapple it by its horns and change it.
Amazing, amazing. And I think you're doing a great job, for the record. Now, Aisha, I thought when we did the live stream for the release of the film, I said this then as well. Salem's Lot was, I think, the only film out of the ones we recreated that I hadn't seen prior to making the film with you. And I thought the comparison you made in the interview of feeling like an outsider and how that film sort of demonstrated that for you was so eloquent. I was wondering, that was the comparison you made was largely around your childhood. Is it something you still feel now as an adult?
I now actually feel kind of free. Doing this with you guys was kind of a way to releasing some of the angst that I felt since I was a child. It's their memories that I hold on to, but they kind of shaped who I am today. Do you know what I mean? So it's ease kind of thing. It was a release. Do you know what I mean?
It was really great having you.
I enjoyed
really.
it. I loved every moment of it.
Yeah, great interview. All of the interviews for What Keeps You Up at Night were insane, and such depth and empathy. We really worried that in doing the recreations we were going to force people to clam up a little bit. You know, I think being a bit less of a natural situation, then and an interview is not a natural situation to be in anyway. But like in the recreation of a horror movie, it's just that bit amplified. But everyone was so giving and so wonderful. So thank you all for that. Saskia, can we hear you now, do you think? I cannot hear you. Oh no, I'm going to send you a screen grab with what I think might be the problem. But in the meantime, Gemma, you were there for 4 of the interviews we recorded, back to back to back, as has been another running theme in this stream. We don't do things by halves. We did, I think it was Nightmare on Elm Street, The Shining, Insidious, Blair Witch Project, if I remember rightly. Do
Yeah.
you have a favorite moment out of those 4? Is my question.
I mean, absolutely the here's Johnny, the smashing through the door, first turning up on the project, having, I'm not a huge horror fan as well. So I was a little bit nervous about coming onto a project and being surrounded by horror fan lovers and then the horror film lovers and not really getting it. But we were recreating such cinema history, such cinema like icon moments, and then say with you turning around and saying, I bought this door and I've kind of maybe nailed into the back of it. I'm not too sure. We're gonna give it a go, and then I'm gonna here's an axe. And this being 10 minutes after shooting something in the bath, the whole thing was actually such a wonderful opportunity to get back to proper filmmaking. A lot of the time when we're on set, it's green screen, it's play pretend, it's we'll fix it in post. But to sit and almost go back to being a film student in saying, we've got this door and an axe, let's just do it, was wonderful. And to play with the tape cameras and to just be a filmmaker in what felt like a way that harked back to 80s and harked back to absolute filmmaking roots was so much fun. And just the laughter that came out of all of the moments of us all being quite self-aware of this is ridiculous. And I think that energy really helped bring a safe space and a levity to the space that I feel like, and guys, you can say whether I'm talking backwards or not, but I felt like it made the space lighter and more fun so that we could go deeper with the honesty of the fears and the honesty and that I think is what made the film so capturing and sorry, it's late, so the words are all going. Moving is the word I'm going to go for.
Moving's the word.
Yeah.
No, that's no, no. I 100% agree with you. There was a moment for me that I don't think I have talked about. Because we were filming them back to back, it took a little while to get into the Insidious makeup. So I was red and black from hair all over my body. And what was happening was everyone had kind of arrived a little bit early, so everyone was in the living room in the setup, as me and Rachel were in the bedroom next door getting ready, and it was this thing of I started getting very anxious of oh, I'm gonna have to go walk in there with walk into the lion's den almost with this full giant face of makeup thing. But it was hilarious. It was so funny. It caught everyone off guard. And yeah, it was 100%. Go 100%. We went 100%. That's what we did.
No other way. There should be no other way.
Saskia, did I hear those claps? I didn't hear those
Oh my
claps.
goodness.
Oh no. We're so close. We're getting there. We're getting there.
This is the joy of live streaming.
This is the joy of live streaming.
And I will pass claps on, Jess, to you for figuring this out as you're speaking and hosting.
Trying to.
Congrats.
I'm not there yet. We've not fixed it, but we're getting there. Okay. Let's go to Izzy. We could have spoken about horror movies, I think, for an hour. And I think if I remember the edit rightly, we did talk for a solid 20 minutes before any actual questions got asked. And this is a question for all of you, I think. If we didn't do the recreations we did do with you, was there an option B that you would have gone with? I'll start with Izzy.
Oh gosh, I wish you'd have asked me this in advance.
Surprise, always surprise.
This is so cheating, but and it hadn't come out when we did the documentary. I would go with I Saw the TV Glow.
Okay, interesting. We almost did. We almost did. Like I think there was an element of when that we had a couple of contributors who maybe weren't able to come to London, and we were considering doing a remote interview, but it would have been me alone in the living room with everything moved out, huddled over a little CRT television like they do in the film. We didn't end up having anyone contributing that way, so we didn't end up doing it. But yeah, I love the vibes of that movie.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, that would have
incredible.
been great. Yeah.
I think again though it's less sort of the cinematography of the movie, but more how brilliantly that represents the sheer terror of coming out.
Mhm.
Because for me that movie perfectly represents someone pre-transition, terrified of what the next step may mean. And I spent a significant amount of my life in a very similar space to the sort of the main character in that. And I think there is a genuine fear that shifts it from being external fears as a trans person into the absolute terror of admitting that you are trans to yourself. There's a discussion that happened in the documentary actually, where I can't remember who says it, but someone says about when you're growing up. So if you've told someone you've been thinking about this for a while, the first person you have to come out to is yourself. Certainly it was for me. And yeah, I Saw the TV Glow is that in spades. It's the sheer terror of what that means. Particularly now, like to lean into Dear Weds, if you're a trans kid and you know what that decision means to voice those intimate details of who you are, God, it's terrifying. And I think that to me is a very different sense of what keeps me up at night from a past self, I suppose, but in a way that is internal rather than external.
Amazing, amazing. Aisha, how about you? If we didn't go with Salem's Lot, what would you have chose?
I would have gone with Nightmare on Elm Street. That movie coming out, like Izzy just said, the recurring nightmare of the fear of just terror of actually coming out, especially in regards my family unit, because obviously I'm a woman of colour, and my culture, the mainstream society is very how can I say, non-tolerant of us as it is, but my culture is even worse. So yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street would definitely be my recurring nightmare of actually coming out. So I ended up running away in the end. So here I am today.
It all worked out in the end.
Yes, most definitely did.
I've got a funny sort of history, I suppose, with Elm Street. I like the first one. The second one, wonderfully gay. If you ever watch it, it's very like camp homoerotic in the best way possible. And then the third one is a really killer movie. And there are so many things I would love to recreate from that film in particular. Lots of fun.
All of them, all of them, just the repetitiveness of the nightmares. That was my thought process as a very young teen coming out, and how do I deal with it? What do I do? I just, yeah, you're just stuck. You just feel like, and yeah, that's my only representation of it, really.
it was definitely a moment when Saskia had brought up Elm Street. It was this thing of like, God, how do I do someone fall through a bed, or do we construct the long arms in the alleyway? Can we like do something like that? Like yeah, maybe. The bathtub
You went
was.
googling in industrial basement filming location.
That would have been cool. Also that, yeah. Yeah, there's so many things from that sort of oeuvre of movies that we could have chosen. I saw one recently. I think it was a parody, just a TikTok someone had made, but Freddy with the giant magnet hands. I can't even remember what movie that's from. The fourth one, maybe. Just insane creativity going on, especially in the earlier ones. Adam, you went with Blair Witch Project. Was there a B movie for you that you might have done instead?
Having to think about it, I had to look up the name of this film. And like I'm a lover of twists, as in I love like narratives where you don't fully understand things until the very end of a movie. And if that is done great, as in that makes or breaks a movie for me. And I think the one that I think would have been interesting to try out, I mean, no particular scenes in particular are memorable, but it's just the concept. It's called Knock at the Cabin, which is an M. Night Shyamalan retelling of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And throughout that movie, the twist at the end is the four people that come and knock at that said cabin, and are prophesizing about like you need like with the people that are at that cabin, like you need to do this, otherwise the world is literally going to end. And of course there's that disbelief and all of that, and like even as a viewer you're kind of led to think, well, what else could be going on here? It could be supernatural, it could be demonic, or it could just be four random people just having a laugh, you know. But the twist at the end was that they were meant to be the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and that prophecy was like it came true at the end. And like I guess it kind of resonates in like the kind of stories that we're trying to tell, is that like when we are telling our authentic stories, especially to people in positions of power, we're telling people like where this world is going if it continues on this path, and it's not going to be a nice world at all. A lot of bad things in history will repeat itself just for like the same communities and more communities around the world. And I feel that like that that kind of message, like, and not being heard as a community, like really resonates. So I would probably have said Knock at the Cabin. I don't know how logistically that would work in that, but
I was trying to think then. I was like, oh, it's weird we didn't have like a cabin-based horror, whether that be Evil Dead or Cabin Fever or any of those movies, or Cabin in the Woods even. But we almost had an Evil Dead interview. The person fell through at the last minute. Should I give this away? Because I would love to do it. No, I will. I'll say. We were going to do the shot of the Deadite in the basement, like pushing up through the trapdoor with the chain, and we were sort of like we'd gotten far enough with this person that we were like almost constructing it. Like I was a day or two away from going to B&Q and like trying to like put this thing together to a certain extent. It would have been the biggest prop, other than the door, the biggest prop we would have had to use. Yeah, maybe next time. I love the Evil Dead. It would have been cool to do that one. Saskia, can we hear you?
Right, I'll try. Oh, can you hear
I can hear you.
me?
Yeah.
Sorry about the delay.
What would your second choice have been, Saskia?
I would have been Chucky, because I do like Chucky. It's a bit crazy. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I do like a bit of Chucky. Keep you on your toes.
The other one we almost had was Seed of Chucky, because Chucky and I can't remember what his bride's name is off the top of my head. Tiffany.
That's
Um,
it.
they the person interviewing was like, well, it was the first time I'd saw any gender non-conformity representation because they have the two dolls. If you've not seen this movie, it's wild. These two dolls have a kid who's gender non-conforming, and yeah, really fun movie. But yeah, we almost did that one to the point where I'd had a horror shop in, I think it was Bournemouth or Bristol, somewhere beginning with B, who had like full-sized dolls in their store and were going to send them to us for the sake of the
Little
film.
mini one. I'm not for the full size one. That big
Well,
one.
yeah, like it was, like 2, 3 foot thing that there was just display in their store, and I was like, listen, I know there's no like portal for this, but could we borrow them? Like, I will drive down and pick them up, and I will drive down and I'll bring them back. But like, we'd really love them for this film. There's no other way I think we can do it without spending, £1.50 on getting them made for the film.
Actually, have you seen the series?
I've
And
still not watched it. No, I've seen that quote where he talks
yeah, they
about the
call
kid.
out they call out overtly the fact that Chucky's got a non-binary kid, and there's some brilliant line in it about sort of like, I may be a homicidal maniac, but I'm not a monster. And I love that sort of just acknowledgement because in Seed of Chucky, it's never discussed. It's just inferred, and I love the fact that they pulled that out in the series specifically to do that because they didn't need to, and they went above and beyond.
It's really, I mean, listen, we talk of if there are, I was trying to work this out recently. If there are five like horror icons of the 80s, Chucky, Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, and Hellraiser, arguably. I think Child's Play is at the top. I really love that movie. I'm a big fan. It's the one out of those five that I rewatched the most, certainly. Yeah, I love that flick. Saskia, now we can hear you. I wanted to ask, you spoke really eloquently about representation in your interview, in a bathtub, no less. I was wondering, as a podcast host and an influencer in your own right, are there elements of that attitude that affect your personal work?
I think so, yeah. I think, being in a world that doesn't always understand you and pushing back against, kickback sometimes and a lack of understanding and speaking up for others and showing up for community, I think there can be a lot of burdens that kind of can be, heavy to carry sometimes. But we're pushing forwards, we're making change, we're making positive change. But we're also trying to safeguard the rights of trans and non-binary people in the music industry. Music and entertainment's always been a place where we're accepted, we're welcome, and it's a diverse community, and we need to be respected, seen, and heard, and feel welcome. So that's really a lot of where my work lays, making sure the music industry is inclusive, it's diverse, but it's representative of the whole trans community and all of our different aspects and angles, and understanding that, yeah, we're from the trans community, but we are different, and we deal with different struggles, and having people from those communities speaking up about that as well is really, really important. So yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me on the show. Thank you for doing the like you do, and you're coming on my show soon, so I can't wait.
Fingers crossed, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Izzy, I think there's maybe a little bit of parallels there with your own work as well. Do you experience much of a backlash with what you do as well as the positive things that come through?
We were interviewed recently after a gig, and we were asked that question. And in a post-gig adrenaline fueled answer,
I'm on tenterhooks for this. I love it.
I said, like, we are the scene. I dare you to come and tell us we are. We aren't outsiders asking for permission to join in the gang. We are at the center of it. And I don't see it as something that you ask for permission for. You exist, and you dare people question that. And it's that position of strength that you have to come from, I think, in those spaces, because we had a live performance go viral online recently. In quite an international audience saw it. The comments were exactly as you'd expect. But actually, if we weren't there, that you wouldn't have had people in those comments who went, oh, actually, I've seen like this and I've changed my mind, which we saw a couple of times in the comments of people who had gone into battle for us and actually you'd seen shifts. So yeah, no, fuck it. We are there. And again, dare you to say otherwise. One thing I will say about what we do, I was saying this to Charlotte, the drummer in Daughter recently. I can't tell you the last gig we played where someone didn't come up to one of us afterwards and either a trans person or a relative of a trans person, or actually in a couple of cases, first trans people they'd met were us, who had cried and hugged us and said, this has meant so much. And for me, the shift happened when it went from, I'm doing this because I need to shout into the void. I'm doing this because we need to exist in this space. And it shifted to, I'm doing this because those conversations matter after gigs. And I can't not play the next gig because there's someone in that room who needs to have that conversation with me afterwards. And it really dramatically changed how I saw it, particularly when we've been talking about Dear Wes and the song that we were writing for the for that. It's very much influenced by those conversations, knowing that there are, I mean, I'm slightly long in the tooth these days, having like teenagers come up to me, trans teenagers come up and say, this is the first time I've seen myself in this space. We've got to be there for them. And we've got to show them that they can be there the same way that we looked up at the generations before us. And the representation matters, and regardless of the space. Yeah. I'll stop talking now.
No problem at all. No, I went out with a partner, I think end of last summer to a all trans, all queer music event that was largely trans bands and queer artists. And I don't go to a lot of gigs, I have sensory issues, but it was this thing of like, oh, I get it. Almost instantly of being there, I was like, oh yeah, this is a really fun room to be in. Like even given, any issues I was having, yeah, just it's such a loving welcome in those spaces I've seen anyway from my limited experience. But I'm glad you're having a positive experience. That's really cool. That's really cool.
I should balance it out a bit. You wouldn't want to see our Instagram comments or the DMs we get, but yeah, bring it on.
Amazing. We're gonna wrap this one up here, if that's all right with you guys. We have 9 minutes left of the crowdfunder. I'm going to talk to Gemma a little bit about that. But thank you all for coming on. Lovely to see you. And thank you for watching the stream and being part of the film in the first place. I'm certainly going to work with you all again at some point, shape or form. Lovely to see you all.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Gemma.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited. We've got, what, 8 minutes left?
8 minutes left. If you've enjoyed this stream, you've got 8 minutes to share and donate it to
Yes. And
any other.
every pound does actually count. We are actually one of the things that I wanted to say is a huge thank you to everybody who's donated already and anybody who might donate in the future. Every little bit that we add to this pot means we can make a bigger film, we can make a better film, we can start looking at the list of crazy ideas that we had rather than just the list of this will do. So if you want to see any of those, donate now.
Yeah, I mean, it's meant so much to me working on this project and having this money to go out and do something and to not have to turn those ideas down, to entertain them and to go, oh well, that's I don't know, it's allowed us to take what feels like the next step
Yes.
in what we're doing. I think we could have continued to make movies with, the pennies we had remaining in our pockets. And we probably will to a certain extent, but yeah, I'm so grateful to everyone who's donated and shared it. It means the world to me.
Yeah. It's an incredibly interesting time now that Trans Matters Worldwide have created these beautiful films that we've just seen tonight, and there's very much that idea of an artistic vision is there, and it's such an exciting time and a pivotal moment in what we are doing and what Jess you are doing, to now suddenly this is the time to get funding, to use the bigger equipment, to take more risks. Which, what more of a better project to do than turning around to one of the elected politicians and saying, come for coffee?
Oh, it was what this was illustrated really eloquently to me by my mother of all people recently. She was here visiting in London. We were sat in a Weatherspoons on a Sunday, Saturday morning, just having breakfast. And she was like picking a fight with the government.
I
And I
mean,
don't.
you just said we don't do things by halves.
Yes. Yes.
So as we decide to start taking risks and
Yes.
start batting in bigger, more powerful, more important arenas, why not take on the British government?
Was that a logical step from what we were doing? Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, but those pennies at the very least that you might donate in the next, what is it, 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4
5
minutes? I
minutes.
can't do maths. Those pennies may go towards, us bailing each other out.
No, we've been somewhat careful. We've had lawyers and publicists and people look at what we're doing. I think we're safe. Hopefully we're safe.
Yeah,
Um,
and I mean that's the important thing, is that we have taken it really seriously, and that's the
yes.
nice thing. And I for one 100% do hope that we can make enough noise to actually get West Streeting with a coffee in his hand chatting to us. And we can actually garner that much attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how likely that is or isn't. To be honest, I think the whole campaign has ruined my sense of like what is and isn't a reasonable response. Just because I never knew we were going to be successful. I don't think anyone ever does. I think it's a hope and a wish and I'm going to put a load of work in the hope we do, but. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I'm one of those crazy people who sits there and goes, that'll happen, and just has this absolute blind faith that I'll jimmy it. I'll Rubik's Cube my way in to unlocking the door. I think I only get to the hopeful stage when I'm like, I've tried about 17,000 different ways to do this and it's not working. Maybe I should give hope and prayers a go.
I have come. I think I've done that whole journey in the past week, like where I think Sunday, I think knowing the content we were releasing, I was hesitant to say we were going to do it. And then by I think Wednesday, because we've had so many donations in this last week specifically,
Yeah.
it's been an incredible amount of money. Um, that sitting for coffee with my partner yesterday, it was like, yeah, I think we're gonna do it. I'm pretty sure, like something really bad would have to happen like, if we didn't do it, which was a wonderful comfort to have in that moment.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
yeah,
congratulations. Big congratulations.
likewise. Yeah, like I say, we decided I was going to be the face of this at some point along the way, but you have been an incredible help all the way through. Um, and will be for the rest of it. I'm really looking forward to working on making this thing.
Yeah, well, I've spent this evening watching these wonderful films and getting very inspired. And when I say that I've been inspired, that means you should have a healthy dose of fear. So yes, I'm very excited to see what will happen, especially with your response to some of the producer ideas I've had of going, how do we make this bigger?
I can officially announce on stream with the help. Oh, I've got an email through as well.
Oh,
With the help of 204 backers, they pledged £8,762.
amazing.
That's
Thank
incredible.
I almost felt like I wanted the crowd to clap and applause and us all have this moment, and so I hesitated, waiting for the ambient noise and going, oh, it's just silence.
Oh, it's just me clapping in the no.
Oh wait, no, this is live stream, not live. Amazing. Thank you, absolutely. Thank you, everybody who has donated. That
Oh, this is
oh,
a nice email from the Kickstarter people. Feel free to laugh, dance, smile, pump a fist in the air, or all four at once. Well, that's nice. Yeah, logistically, I'm not sure if that works, but still, the sentiment is nice. Oh dear.
amazing. Congratulations.
Likewise.
That's very exciting.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is
Yes.
incredible. I have a thank you message I'm going to read out if you'll indulge me.
Yes, of
Um,
course.
so if I'm honest with all of you in the room, when we decided on Kickstarter as a platform and a way of funding the project, we did it largely on spec, meaning we built the raft, we'd sail it as far as we could, but we had no way of guaranteeing that you'd all show up for it. And show up for it you did en masse at that. Um, if I think about it too much, I get wildly overwhelmed and the chance of me crying increases tenfold. But what I will say is from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for your belief, not just in trans youth, but your belief in me and my team. In honor of our Lord and Savior RuPaul, we'll do our best to not fuck it up. Whilst we're on thank yous, I've got a few more I'd like to get through. Thank you first off to my business partner, Ray Lavery, for being my backstop. Kickstarter first, world domination second. I'd like to thank my incredible co-host here, producer Gemma Ralston. I've come to terms over the years that I am very creative, but I'm also all over the shop. So having someone in my life to focus that and make it a force for good, on top of all the stuff you're already doing, like you're a hero. I couldn't ask for more there. Thank you to all of the participants of the films you just watched, as well as everyone who took part in the Q&As. Something else I've sort of come to terms with over the last few years or so is the honor and a privilege it is to get to both share your stories as well as capture them. The being in those rooms and being in those spaces is incredible and a real honor above all else. And as always, I'd like to thank everyone who tuned in tonight. You know, the past 6 weeks, it's really felt like we found our audience to a certain extent, and I owe you the world for that. Lastly, I'd like to thank my two incredible partners and everyone in our extended poly family. This campaign has been both a real force for good as well as I'm sure you can imagine, quite the strain on my personal life. I can't imagine what it's like dating a filmmaker. I can't imagine it's easy. But being supported and looked after in projects like that allow me to keep doing it. I blame you guys entirely. We're gonna probably go dark for a few weeks as far as social media is concerned, whilst we go out and make the thing and do all that. But if you're following us on TikTok and Instagram, those are probably the best places to be updated about the project. If all goes well, touch all of the wood. My floors wouldn't. Touch all of the wood. We'll be back here again by the end of May to show you the film and see what you think about it. That's me. Anything you have, Jenna?
I want to thank not only everyone who backed the project financially, but also because I'm so aware of how difficult it is at the moment financially. I also want to thank everybody who shared it. I think one of the things that we don't think has a big impact is sharing, and it really does. And to anybody who's shared this project and is going to continue to share this project, please do. I will endeavor to make little updates and try and get that to everybody as well, because you guys have put your money where your mouth is, and we need to tell a story, and we want to do that. But yeah, thank you to absolutely everybody, and also massive thanks to Jess, who turned around to me, a stranger, who went, "Yeah, I can be a camera assistant. Oh, you want some ideas on this? Yeah, it's just a thought out of my head," and then went, "Hey, do you want to produce this show?" I phrased it in a way that sounds massively reckless, and I promise you that Jess is the least reckless person on the planet. But
No,
for giving me
I
the opportunity.
hoodwinked you.
Oh yeah, no, entirely. I do still look around and go when I'm talking about the projects that I've got on the go, and mention with extraordinary pride and honor and privilege that I'm working with Trans Masters Worldwide. I do get asked, "Oh, what led you into that path?" And I go, I feel like I was kidnapped at some point. But I am very grateful, Jess, that you kidnapped me, because I feel like I am somebody who's always wanted to make work that has an impact and make work that can change the world. And that can be increasingly difficult. And you've given me the opportunity to use my skills to do that. So thank you very much.
I mean, you're so insanely talented, and I have that thought 2 or 3 times a week, at least. Yeah, really happy to be doing this. I'm so glad we're funded. It's going to be a really good film, I think. You know, we saw a
Yeah.
little bit of some of the people we have lined up here. We've been working on that a little bit more this week. Yeah, it's gonna be a great film, I think.
It's
Really
going to
looking
be
forward to it.
a really great film. It's going to be really exciting. And yeah, some of the extra little ideas that we've had as we've gotten further down this process, other opportunities that we've had that now we can take forward now that we're funded and overfunded, even better. That is so exciting. So I'm just very much looking forward to rattling some cages. And specifically one cage, and the name on that
Yeah.
cage starts with Wes.
Starts with Wes, yeah. We had in the original agenda, not that we're necessarily keeping to that anymore. There was an auspicious idea of talking about some of the other things we have lined up for 2025. Whilst I don't think we should spend a whole half hour on it, I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about that
Yeah. Give a little
tiny little thing.
sneak peek. What's happening next season on Trans Worldwide?
We have Dear Wes is going to be one of four, I think. When we last did a live stream, we said our next topic was going to be sex and relationships, and that is still the case. After Dear Wes, as this was more appropriate to do at the time, this was more pressing, I think, in terms of the need and the timing of everything. I can say we're hoping to develop the idea into a feature-length documentary, which will be our first as a company. Although I say it's the first, we made the first three films were all shot back to back and then released back to back. And it was an hour and a half of content, so it kind of feels like we're just doing that again. But it will be one big film.
I mean, let's be honest, a season of TV is 3 to 4 movies. So,
Yeah, that's true.
but yes, this will be a coherent feature-length film that takes us outside of Jess's house and outside of the sets that we find in London where we're based. It takes us out much wider, which is incredibly exciting. So that, yeah, it's a big topic. It's a fun topic,
Yes.
sex and relationships, and it should not be confined to a living room. I was trying to find some kind of pun and then went, I don't remember the regulations of live streams too well.
I think I can elaborate on that to a certain extent because I want to say why we're expanding the reach necessarily. I like this element in the pitch deck we've created. The idea is part of the film will be trying to have honest conversations with trans people about their sex lives and what sex and relationships mean to them. And we thought instead of doing that in a static studio set or inviting people into our spaces, we want to go into their spaces, whether that be their living rooms or places they have externally, or their bedrooms, which is where the title for the film comes from. We're going to call the film Pillow Talk, as it makes me laugh every time I hear it.
I can't wait to have that on my CV. I'm gonna just be honest. I can't wait to put that in front of very heteronormative individuals and just maintain eye contact.
It's the film festival panel that I think is the stuffy like film festival panel that I think is going to be the funniest to me.
We are in the middle of award seasons. I've been consuming the Oscar speech and the Oscar Q&A stuff afterwards, and I fully intend for us to take Pillow Talk and a Kieran Culkin energy to the awards and festival seasons.
I'm really glad you said that. Yeah, I agree.
That is very much the energy I wish to continue with this project in. And if you are a fan of Kieran Culkin, as I've become a massive one, we will be arriving at the airport much more than 10 minutes before the flight leaves. We'll be more organized than that.
Oh my God, I could talk for you for 20 minutes of how much I loved A Real Pain, and more so how much I loved it more than every other film at the Oscars this year.
Yes.
But yeah, it's going to be a really fun project. We think it's going to be a bigger project for us, similar to Dear West. We're sort of stepping things up again. I don't know. We unsure as to whether that would be a crowdfunding endeavor or whatnot. We've got lots of things we want to do with that one. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah.
And a topic that's really near and dear to my own heart. I am, really looking forward to Pillow Talk.
Yes. Yeah. Very exciting.
Amazing, amazing. I think that wraps her all up. I think,
Yeah.
after streaming for 5.5 hours. I think that's probably it.
You made it. Well
We
done.
made
You
it. We made
survived.
it. No, thank you everyone for viewing. If you're seeing this after the fact, thank you for watching. It's been a really fun night and a really not always the easiest project to wrangle or deal with to a certain extent, but it's been a really good project so far, a very fulfilling project to work on. Dear Wes, I mean. Um, and I'm really looking forward to going out and making it. It's gonna be a great fun.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay.
And also continuing to get that reaction out of you with my absolute belief in what you're doing.
Gemma, I'm going to leave you with this because it makes me laugh every time I think about it. We'd had it was like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hour meeting, talking about Dear West and talking about the Kickstarter before we started, and it got to 5 minutes before the end, and you had said, "Oh, you know what would be funny if we filmed the campaign video in front of Westminster." And I'm like a kid when like I hear a good idea. I was just like, oh my, yeah, like oh, and then we spent I think another 20 minutes, 30 minutes trying to work out what the logistics of that would look like. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was what a wonderful moment, and any of the, I think to a certain extent that video would have been controversial one way or another, but I think the virality of it
Take it to their
certainly
door.
helped. Yeah.
Take it to their door. We are sensible, we take care of ourselves, we take care of our community, but in order to take care of our community, we take the fight to the doors that it needs to be taken to. And hell, I'm Ginger. I've been bullied my whole life, so I've got some good techniques under my wing.
I was bullied, but I was bullied for being gay, and in hindsight, I was like, yeah, but not how you think. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, same. And it was only recently pointed out to me by friends from my high school days. They were like, "No, that was bullying for that." And me going, "Oh, okay." Don't know what that says about me, but we fight the good fight. It's
We
always
fight the
about
good fight.
fighting the good fight.
Thank you all for tuning in. It was so lovely to hear from you all and see the comments. Thank you for supporting this project. We'll be back very soon.
Yes. All right.